Okay, good morning, folks. We're going to do another day of building stuff. I had a lot of fun, and I felt part of a huge weight off of me working on the stuff that I worked on yesterday, which pretty much included finishing a good part of these kits up. Here we go. Today's word is kits. And yeah, it's the only thing I hadn't decided is what to do with this hatch. So we're leaving it there. Other than that, it's done. And the track. Although I solved the issue with the track. Mr. Kevin, welcome. I'm painting ungodly early. You're up early. Actually, I'm not going to paint at all today. My goal today is to not paint. We're going to be doing some modeling, and I made so much freaking progress yesterday. It was empowering. It was empowering to the extreme. So, yeah, so we finished this Panzer IV F1, the F2, both by Hasegawa. The Frankenpanzer. Other than the hatch, I actually may do it with the hatch open. So figured out this is a late G is the closest thing it is. I'm hoping I can find the return rollers in the next set. Yep, actually having trouble getting to sleep. All right, well maybe I can drone you to sleep with my with my talking. There's all kinds of things that are wrong with this tank as far as inaccurate, so just have to deal with it. So we're going to use this as a late G. And a J. And I'm telling you, I have the patience now that I didn't have 20 years ago. For example, one of the things that stopped me on this when I was putting this thing together is the idler wheel, the sprocket wheel wouldn't stay in place while I put the track on, and it broke off. So I'm like, oh, this thing ain't gonna kick my ass. So I drilled a hole through here, put a T-pin, put it through the end, chopped it down, epoxied in place, done. A lot of the thing is like I'm more decisive about stuff. Like I know they're gonna be on a base. So the fact that this thing broke on me again isn't a big deal. It's one of these things that you put the two little prongs through there and you melt it down. Well, I've already melted it down, and in some process it came out. I'll be able to get it on there because it's going to stay on a base. So I'm just moving forward with that. But I was able to put this talk about fiddly, the little stuff around the schürzen around the turret. I specifically did not pick the schürzen around the hull, because the schürzen on the hull looks like on this tank it's got these cross hatches in there, like it's supposed to be mesh, but it's not. It's totally solid, so it doesn't look right. And we decided to do a little bit different. I did want to put these pieces on there because it looks like it had something. And yeah, we're gonna build everything I have to build. Every single thing, including the white model kits, and that's kits 2. I'm gonna keep track. That's what today's gonna be. How many times I'm gonna say the K word? No, I don't want to look at that. I'm up to 2. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to go upwards and go forward, with that. So, anyhow, I can't finish the Shermans. I don't have the stars. And actually, I spent a lot of time looking at seeing which ones to order. Didn't order any. So, I'm just going to build. And the fact that some stuff is painted and some stuff isn't, like the Stud 3G, doesn't bother me. We're going to be able to paint these and do them from scratch, and hopefully. And in the meantime, I'm collecting decals as I go, so I can put them all in one place. I won't have to buy any German crosses, that's for sure. I got plenty of those things. But, okay. We might even get to some Russians if you behave, Nordic. All right, let's put these out of the way. And on to the next one. You hate rubber band tracks or so old fashions. I prefer building a tracks review. I prefer to them be already. Did it come loose? No, I have it at an angle. The problem is, oh, it did come loose. Yeah, it's a little bastard. We'll leave it up there. Thank you for that. It's a pain in the ass. It's a misshapen MG34 Franken gun, anyways. So, I'd rather the tracks be all one piece, which wasn't a thing back then, and it is now. And any vehicles forward will be those. So, wondering if any of those are the same scale as my Gale Force 9 tanks. Well, they're all 172nd or 176th. So, I don't... Gale Force 9, don't they do a lot of Flames of War stuff? Yeah. The problem with the rubber band tracks is that there's a couple problems. The least of them is that they don't look realistic, because there's things you can do to them. The problem is they shrink, and then you can't do anything. What I didn't know, this is the beauty of the internet, somebody told me if you have a big problem with them, with the sprockets, just cut the teeth off, and now you got a little bit more wiggle room. Didn't know that. Didn't have the internet when last time I did this. Okay, this is Eshies, which, by the way, if you ever know anything about these kits, I thought they were hot and really high regard. I don't think shit about them. They're horrible, honestly. And but that's why we have, because the tools and stuff are all wrong all the time. Panzerkampfwagen 3 in action. I don't know how to say the numbers in Germans. I don't need to go that far. They can say numbers the same the U.S. way. Screw that. Let's move those guys over there. Of course, we're going to grab that bin as soon as we find some extra return rollers. Okay, let's see what the hell we have here, and I'm actually going to take a preemptive step. Because I see some loose items in here. Yes, I got mine for their game tanks, same scale. Oh, that's cool. This is a kit where you can build 3 different, that's 3. Dry. No, it's a wet one. It's not dry. Okay. Now these things are harder to roll off the table and such. I still had some issues with things disappearing from me. And man, I was trying to be like super anal. Super anal. Is that a good thing? All right, let's see what kind of an abortion we have to deal with here. Okay. You can build this as a 3M, a 3N, or a Flammpanzer. And as you can tell, I hadn't decided at the time. Yeah, look at these tracks. Look at these tracks. How freaking boingy they are. Yes, that's an actual word in my vocabulary. As they just don't sit right. But I bet I could probably run some thread through there and tie them down. But at least everything's on here. The return rollers aren't stuck on there. I wonder what the hell that means. Is there something wrong with these tracks and that's why we stopped? Yep. See, they broke off. All right. Well, I'm not going to let that scare me because I got skills. I got skills, and the main thing is I have a confidence with a product that I did not have confidence with back then, and it's called epoxy. Epoxy and I are friends, and I have a feeling that back then the epoxy did not work as well, and I could not use it for the things that I could use it now. So, and we're going to put this on a base, so let me make sure we don't have any major problems, and then we can just ignore this track issue and move forward. We would put this down like this. Looks fine to me. That's not going to keep it from happening. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and take the other one off while I'm at it. Okay, tracks are okay. Okay, more decals. Let's get all this stuff. It's this loose thing that we don't have on here. What did we have on here? The 50mm gun? What if I wanted to make it a Flampanzer, huh? That's actually what I was leaning towards doing. I was reading the barrel for it's a little different. That's the short 75. I would never build an N. N's are just stupid. They accompany Tiger tanks, and nobody gives a shit about them. And where is the barrel for the Flampanzer? It's not there. Not there. Maybe you can't make out of it. It'd be strange if that would be the one thing missing. All right, the split hatch. Do we have a problem with the split hatch? Yeah, look at this. It's all like goopy and shit like that. Like I tried to glue it and I couldn't do it. What a tard. Okay. All right, let's try to piece this thing together where we're at. You definitely don't, if you're going to build a Flampanzer, don't do it so that the commander's sticking outside of the hatch. It might get a little hot. Once you build the hull, have space above the top of tracks, you can take Q-tips and push them on top of the tracks to push them down, and then use epoxy. Just leave the Q-tips in until it's set, huh? That's a good idea. I like that. That's a good plan. I got lots of Q-tips hanging around here. Gale Force 9 tanks, tank, and road wheels are all one piece, yeah. Well, the thing is I either do what I'm doing, or I just say fuck it and throw them all away. And I don't want to say fuck it and throw them all away. I feel like building stuff. I feel like doing hobby shit. I don't feel like painting Huns. I just don't. I don't this morning. I did yesterday to finish one. I want to talk World War II shit. The hell with the ancients today. Ho ho. Easy. I don't know when I messed with this, but the year started with was definitely the 20th century. I don't need to get super crazy, but all right, so there's 2 idler wheels left here. Idler wheels, return rollers. Uh-huh. And here's the return rollers for the the Frankenpanzer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Missing 1. Maybe that's what threw me off. Well, I am not worried about it because I can hide it. So we're going to take these and we're going to go and fix the Frankenpanzer up first. I knew I'd find it. And that's what it is. I want to finish things because I've got a lot of extra parts, and I bet I could salvage just about everything. I didn't want to work on one tank and then paint it, and then it didn't come out perfect, and then I stopped building this stuff, and I'm right back where I'm at. I'm like, I'm going to get all these boogers fixed and put them in a place where they're not going to damage each other until I get to them one by one. Leave them in till it's set, so create a natural sag. Okay. Idler wheel is the... Yeah, I know. I say one thing and mean something else. I do it all the time. All the time. It's really annoying. So if you want to catch me on stuff, you're going to do it. You're going to be able to do it all the time. As I say one thing and say and mean something else. And I haven't even had my caffeine yet. So it's going to get worse. I'd be a terrible politician because I'd say one thing and mean something else unintentionally. I wanted to get to the hobby store yesterday and buy one of those what do you call them? Those tweezers that had like rubber tips on them or something that's a little bit more grippy, because I was having to be really careful yesterday. I've gotten really used to not using my fingers and using tweezers. I'm actually enjoying that, kind of a surgery. Okay. That's this one. Now let's go back to this bastard. And we're one short. Now we're going to put it in the middle. I guarantee there's a picture of one with one missing. And it's going to be not the back one, it's going to be this one right here, this third one from the back. Yeah. Let's hope this thing doesn't escape from me. I had an escape artist yesterday, and it was a piece that was significantly bigger, and it's unbelievable where it landed. Yeah, let's do that too. Do these three. Yeah, so I was thinking that this tank was a Panzer IV-G originally, and then I go and look at some of my references because the drawings on these instructions are horrible and just flat out wrong. And then I went to another website called On the Way, which is excellent. It's all 1/72nd scale tank website, and this is it's missing some vision ports, which sounds really anal retentive. But is that what the problem is? They're too big? They're not big enough? Well, we can solve that too. I'm telling you, we got 21st century solutions. How's that meme go? Modern problems require modern solutions. It's a Dave Chappelle thing. There we go. And I mean, I drill these things out. I mean, I got drills. I got all kinds of shit I've had to do since then. And it's missing some vision ports, which normally I'd be like, who cares? But they're pretty significant. It's missing the port on the front of the turret. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to go order some kit that There's another one. We'll see what the score is at the end of the. If it's a long one like yesterday, which is unlikely, it's unlikely I'm going to be blessed to be able to do this for 6 hours. We will see. I want to say when I did 1/35th scale tanks, what I did was I ran some kind of like push pins through the back of the hull to hold the end of the track down, but it doesn't need to be perfect, but it also doesn't need to be sitting up off of it either. It's somewhere in between the two, so we'll give that a shot. If it works, you'll get the credit. If it sucks, it'll be your fault. Hey, you gotta be fair. You don't get all the glory. You don't get just glory. Oh, man. Hold on, I'm gonna have to, let's see what we got here. Did I put all the things on there? Thick on tanks are 50 millimeter. I know it's 72nd. Yeah, 72nd was big. It was big here in the States, and then it was big in Britain, and then I don't know. Yeah. Get tweezers at lock. So easy, just shoot pieces all over the place with tweezers. Yeah, and they needed some grippage on the front of them. You just found a Panzer III with no return wheels. Legit picture, I may add. Excellent. Okay. Well, this one will just be missing one. And they're going to be dirty and stuff, so. And, you know, on the Russian front, shit happens. None of these will be North Africa. These are all fighting commies. Where the war was won or lost, the Eastern Front. Fighting commies. Not that these guys are much better. Just saying. Their tanks are cooler. That's why the German stuff's so popular. I think that's why the German stuff's so popular. Okay. That'll be just fine. Don't bother me none. Hey, we'll even learn some new languages. Except that, Tony. These Q-tips get the track side and a pass. Works great for 1/35th. Maybe my Christmas time I'll be ready to play Barbarossa. I'm a group center 1941 from GMT Games. I had a Barbarossa game by Avalon Hill, and I don't know if I played it correctly, but I thought it was okay. It looked decent. I don't remember what it's called. I want to say it was one. I don't remember what it was called. It had a German soldier on the front of it, like in a big wheat field. But it was a core level game, so it didn't have that many counters on it. But I don't like core level games because I don't know the cores. I don't know. Oh, the 57th Panzer Corps. Oh, I don't remember what. Nah, there's no unit symbols for cores or nothing like that. I don't. That's just too high a level. That's just too high a level to. Okay. These asshole instructions. Let's see. Do we have tools left, or we put most of the tools on here? All right, let's look at these steps. Got all this stuff on the suspension. Maybe it doesn't give me a flam. Maybe it doesn't. Interesting. Pieces 33. Let me get a pencil. I'm telling you, I do steps now that I would never think about doing as a young adult. Pieces 33. 33, 28. Okay, right? This one. 30. Okay. 31 and 29. Only if I want to build the M version. Did I make it so you could take this off? Maybe that's reason why. Because I hadn't decided. Why wouldn't I have decided to build one versus the other? What kind of a retard am I? Well, here's the thing. They make a kit that's readily available. There's another one. I'm going to drive myself crazy with this, but I'm driving myself crazy. I must have said that word 50 times yesterday. The Plastic Soldier Company, you could make the M, the N, and the Flampanzer out of that one. So that might be where I got confused. You could build the Flampanzer out of the same one. And that's not the case. And this is what makes it. This is what makes it a kit. It's the special thing in the back for. It's more amphibious, if I remember correctly. It can cross the water a little bit less problematically. Whatever it's really called. Again, I forget. Okay, so here's this piece. One piece goes on the bottom. So I might actually make this one the N, because I can see getting the other ones. All right, let's avoid that problem. I read an account in last year, and it's not very good. It's a machine gunner's account on the Eastern Front, and on Audible. And one of the things that he does is he's in a situation where there is a Flampanzer going to town. And this is set in late 43. I believe Dnieper bridgehead stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe I could build one of those. But this is going to look different than the other ones. So I might build this one as the N, even though I said I hate the N. But to be continued. I'd hate to build an M and then do more M's with the other ones, and they look a little different. But, it's a German factory. Shit doesn't look the same. So, the rules are extensive for the game. Going to be a steep learning curve. This one's a division level game where most of the units are divisions or regiments. Got to put another kit tally there. Yep. Oh, shit, I said it again. Damn it. I'm counting that one. It was just annoying me. I'm like, what the hell? It's not a word I use all the time. I don't ever say it. There's no reason to. Okay, there's the shovel. There's the radio thingy. The antenna. Okay, we got that. We got the vision port. We got the extra armor. This actually has quite a bit of detail on this one. And it has prong holes for the tools, unlike some of the other ones. The extra wheel there. MG34. All right, let's see what the situation is on this hatch. I think it's irreversibly effed. Let's see what we got. This is the one that sits on top. This is the one that sits underneath. What the hell did I do? What the hell did I do? It was almost like it was glued, and then I pulled it out. All right. Does this have enough meat to be open? Can I make it open? I got commander figures. Let me see if I can salvage this. I got stuff to sand, but honestly, in this small an area, it's easier to do. It's probably this damn super glue. It's useless. I find super glue so freaking useless. We're going to be able to make this work. This is the kind of the situation my 1/35th scale models were in. In my last move 20 years ago, I threw them all away. It was the right move. I don't regret it one moment. I don't regret it one moment. I'm never doing those again. Not building stuff and not doing anything with it. Hello. I'm not building stuff and not building anything and not doing anything with them. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, that's going to fit like that. Let's try it. Let's try to glue this in place. Tweezers, what they allow you to do is to readjust shit. Without getting your damn fingerprints in the way. Now, let's make sure we got enough space here for this to fit on there. That may have been what the issue is. That it didn't fit. And I don't care, I'd leave it half shut. That may be what the issue was. Why I had to pull this thing out. Okay. Well, we can make it fit. You gonna get your ass in there. I don't have a problem putting crew figures in this stuff. I just don't want to cogitate about doing that at this point. I want to, with these models, and it's just going to throw me off track. I'm not opposed to painting the figures. I like painting the figures. It's the part that I'm going to be happy with. for sure. I don't know about the tanks. I got a little bit of a learning curve before I'm going to be happy with them. But I solved the problem of the blue in the Panzer Gray. When I was doing 35th scale models, I didn't know that was even an issue, but apparently there's a whole all right, I know what I'm going to do. There's a whole to do about whether there's blue in the Panzer Gray and what degree and everything. And I actually like the way it looks. I think it looks pretty sweet. So I actually, I painted my Panzer II using the dark gray they recommend. It's not this one, it's the Panzer Gray. Somehow I put it away. All in the Panzer Gray color. And then I dusted it with this Luftwaffe German blue, and it came out perfect, I think. It's got dust on it now. You can't tell, but it's got a little bit of a blue touch to it. That's funny. That's the smallest vehicle. It's the heaviest one because it's white metal. All right. Yeah. Let's see how it fits now, taking that little bit off. Let's just take this out. And one thing I hadn't done yet, which is what I've been doing initially, is just take these little pieces off. Where's the rear turret been? And why isn't it on yet? Well, I hadn't told me to put it on yet. I usually don't listen to instructions. I hate the way German tanks look without that turret bin on the back. They look stupid. Come on. See, I would have given up by now in earlier days. And you could do it. I did it several times. That's close. I could be able to push it in a little bit more. All right, let's see if we got what we got here. It's better. I'm going to cut it down a little bit more. Even though I'm cutting into this thing, it's going to be closed. Now I'm not going to test it. It's either going to fit or I'm done with it because there's not much more I can do to that. That's probably where I gave up. Like I said, we're here repairing Mistakes of the past. And I got half a mind to just wait until this sets to set the other side. I think we can get away with this. Let me, yeah, it's definitely with super glue on it. I hate super glue. It's just so hard to deal with. Okay. Get the F out of here. Get over here. I think that's a better choice, to spend a little bit of TLC on these things than just throw them away. So, another good advice, using blue tack to pick up small fiddly pieces. I only have the white stuff. Get rid of fingerprints on models or rubbing alcohol. I drank it all. I don't have any more. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. What game rules? Face of battle, man. The face of battle. Or something that anal retentive, or I won't play. I had high hopes for Chain of Command. Played one game of it. I didn't love it, but it had some opportunities, and I watched a couple guys playing on YouTube. Man, that's a thick idler wheel. Oh well, I don't care about those details. This kind of has to look like a war game model. And I wasn't too impressed. The infantry is it's too much of a sideshow. Like, you take two casualties, like you pick the two guys that you want. I'm like, I mean, as long as it wasn't a leader or a machine gunner, you could pick whichever guy you wanted. I'm like, no. They got personalities and names and all that stuff. So, yeah, I watched several of their battles and they were okay. And I didn't like that little weasel dude. I hope he's not watching. He seems like a shifty player. A shifty player. Oh, it comes with separate pistol ports. Awesome. Because those are important. Pistol ports here in the back of the turret. I don't give a shit where they're shown on here. That's what the book's for. I know about where they are, but I'd like to be more precise if I can. Okay, I need to put the turret basket on. I don't know if it's really bin, the turret bin. You put that on first, and then we'll put the pistol port so that we don't cover one over with the other. Got it. Let's put the lid on this because this is a useful side too. All right. Wer ist mein Bin? Is it missing, and that's why we didn't finish this thing? Well, don't tell me that, because that's definitely a problem. Fits right here. Ever see Tractics? No. Tanks is very simple rules. I hate it. There's a board game, I don't remember what it's called, where you command tanks, and it's literally like 3 tanks on 3 tanks, but it's hokey because it doesn't have infantry. You know, it looks kind of cool other than that part. You know, infantry's important. Everything's important. Everything's important. Come on. Okay, now we can put the pistol ports based on that. Let's close this up. I'm trying to be good about that because it's not likely to spill, but that's a problem. And I waste it too. All right, here's the spare track link for the front. Let's go ahead and pop that out. This figure's not half bad. I mean, for as bad as these figures normally are. I thought these models were better. I don't have a very high opinion of them. This one's better than the Panzer IV one for sure. This is why I use a piece of cardboard. I have all kinds of nicks and stuff in this cutting mat. I know that's what it's for, but I've been really poor before. Well, you know, I mean, and I try to take care of things when I can. I don't like to be wasteful. All right, what did I miss? I think I will fall asleep now. I think I will head off. Good. You binge season 5 of Cobra Kai. I don't even like Karate Kid. I never liked the first movie. It was pretty good. Now I have to wait a whole year for more episodes. Yeah, I never liked the Karate Kid movies. So, Tractics is highly detailed, has infantry and artillery game as well. And good night, man. I hope you feel better. See you later on today. I never cared for the karate movies. I never cared for the Rocky movies. Just not my thing. I want to see that All Quiet on the Western Front now. It looked promising. And I haven't seen 1917 either. Well, it's not like I don't know what the hell happens in those wars, you know. It's not like I'm clueless. I just, I'm probably going to watch them back to back. Okay, here's the pistol ports. And I may go to the store. Any of you guys have any experience using liquid green stuff? I may go to the store and pick some up because this thing needs some. Could be useful in some of these spots. Let's put it that way. All right. Let's trim this thing off. What else is coming out? Nothing else. I don't find out that things are even coming out, really. Which way does the track go? Does it really matter? I'm not going to look at pictures for that. I'm sure there wasn't a standardized. Let's put it in the middle. Okay. Close that back up. Let's keep that good habit going. What do these tracks look like? I mean the schürzen. I don't think I'm going to put schürzen on it. I'll leave the schürzen for the other ones that are better quality. I had my fill of schürzen yesterday. I actually don't like the way they look, to be honest with you. Liquid green stuff I've used, a Citadel green. Is it cool? Is it better than trying to, I mean, does it work okay? That's the stuff I was talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna pick one of those up in a laser pointer. So the store has both of them. We're gonna need a laser pointer if we're gonna do this tactical stuff. And this may be something I just play by myself, you know. Especially since we're probably going to be doing more of that than in the past. Because I'm not going to play in a freaking hot box anymore. So there's a rear plate here. Well, where is it? Is that the problem that stopped me? Are we missing a rear plate? If I am, we're going to build everything except the rear plate, move on, and I'll either encounter it or we'll figure something out. It's great. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know where that rear plate is. Piece 27. I'm telling you, I'm not giving up on this piece of shit. Okay, we're not doing schürzen. We do need to do. I heard somebody the other day said their favorite Mark IV was the H, and I'm like, why? It always has the schürzen on it. I don't like the way it looks. I mean, I have to build it that way, but that's why I made the J a little bit different and missing the one on the sides. Actually, the one on the sides, it's the schürzen on the hull that I don't like how it looks. It just looks silly. There we go. Tea and water. I woke up because I was like thirsty. I'm like parched. So if we were going to put this together, that's not a very big area to cover. Okay. No, it may come to that. That's done. Skip that plate. This is schürzen, 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 and more schürzen, the alternate gun. That's it. Okay. That's a schürzen plate. Am I missing a headlight? Yeah, there's a headlight missing up here. Okay, cool. This is the thing to the bottom of the gun. And the rest of this stuff we can put in the baggie that it came in, right? It did come in a bag. Here, and here, and here, and here. And I had more kits, but I sold them. Shit, there's another one. I had a Hetzer. Hetzer's got a Hetz. I got a Hetzer. I had a King Tiger. I had... I don't know what else I had. What's wrong with this gun barrel? Is it stuck down? No, it moves, but not very well. And I really don't even want it to move. Okay, so this one goes on the bottom. And how does it fit on here? Okay, that side goes forward. Got it. Okay. So... I had a lot of fun yesterday doing this. A lot of fun. It's like putting a puzzle together. And like I said, I'm either going to do this or we're going to throw these away and start from scratch because this chaos is just driving me bananas. And I almost bought some of the Plastic Soldier Company ones at Historicon. They just didn't have the right ones. I wanted to get some Shermans or some T-34s, and they didn't have either one of those. Because the thing is that if you buy something that's already put together, and I say I paint it, I'm not happy with how it looks like, then it's not like I've thrown all of this effort into building it and then just pissed all that time away. So normally I'd say, this is a job for super glue. Super glue just isn't worth a shit. It isn't worth a shit anymore. I tell you what, the tweezers are really handy for like moving things into place. More than putting it on here, just like adjusting. Okay. And we're missing a rear plate. Well, we'll either find it or we'll make one. Not that big of a problem. Oh, we need to glue this in. I bet it'll just slide on there. If it rolls that way. And it may not. Where's the grab points on there? Does it go all the way to the back? No, it looks like it's on the side and the top. Okay. And actually, in the hole, it doesn't do that. Let's do the inside as well. I actually have 3 of these weld cements. I have the the Tamiya that I did not use in my youth. That didn't exist. Or it didn't exist here in the States. I used the Testors one. It's been around forever. And I had the one from California that's actually really, really cool. And I actually, I seeked it. I sought it because I had a really good experience with it. Because it actually smells pleasant. It smells like oranges. But you have to use like a separate brush. But this tiny little brush that thing comes with is stellar. That's the reason I'm using that one. Not that the other ones aren't. The Testors one either doesn't come with one or comes with a shitty ass one. And I don't remember. And the California one, make sure this is not. I don't want this down at some droopy angle. Don't want the limp gun tank. This one. See if I can find it readily. Is this? It's made by the same people. Here it is. Microweld. By Microscale. Oh, we have a frozen camera. Jesus, freaking Chinese interlopers. Let's see what we got. All right, let's fix that. You should just go to one camera and just put the. Well, I can't put the computer up here. Otherwise, I'd just do that. We just put the computer over there and run this screen on here and just enlarge it. Okay, I think I need to. We don't need that. We don't need. Nope, we don't need that. Nope, we don't need that. Okay, let's disconnect from that. Let's reconnect to it. Let's connect to this. Let's connect. There we go. Okay, cool. Anyways, this is the stuff that I was saying that was pretty cool, called Microweld. And liquid cement for styrene plastic models. Easy to use, clean, safe, fast, non-toxic. Fountain Valley, California. And it smells pleasant. It smells like orange peel. It smells like orange peel. The problem is, look at the container it's in. I have to use a brush, and it's easy to tip over, and I have a mess on my hands. So, but this brush is stellar. Stellar. It almost doesn't even look like a brush. It's freaking stellar. So that's why we're using this. And I got some of the tester stuff too that honestly, it just reminds me of my dad. That's what we had. It was either that or remember the tubes that we used to have when we were kids? Those aren't worth a shit. You get stuff everywhere. You get it everywhere you don't want it. Okay, so this thing has its problems. Nothing major, but I guess this one will be an M. Because the schürzen are going to be a lot easier to put on that other manufacturer. There's no point in torturing myself with it. Okay. And we'll start creating another bin of finished stuff. And we found those return rollers that we wanted to for the Panzer IV. Excellent. Okay. I think that's the only Panzer III I have. Which is a shame. Well, I mean, in plastic, it should say that. Because I've got a 3F in white metal, but we'll do those last. What do we got here? Oh, I guess we'll have to do this one. I guess we'll have to do that one. That one's kind of involved. That's done. That one's complete. That's complete. We have a Churchill. We have a Ford truck. And we've got German, we got Hanomag Hell. Did I find the drop barrel from yesterday? I did. And if you looked on the community page, you will see where it was. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but if you look at the community page on here, you'll see where it was. It was hull down, let's put it that way. Warning, Tamiya glues are excellent. I need to try the micro products. I hear Microsol and Microset are must-haves for decals. I use them, and they had this stuff at the store, this micro weld, and it smells like orange peel. It smells nice. I mean, you know, it's still chemical-ish, but it smells nice. Here's the freaking Churchill with a shitload of running wheels. But it's 1/76 scale, unfortunately. Yeah, let's leave Hanomag Hell for last. I'm always trying to find why I stopped building things. Like some things like, why did I stop? What caused me to stop building something? All right, let's get rid of him. Let's put them over on the couch. They're a little safer over there. And I have one kit that's untouched. And that's the Panzer I. And I was thinking about using the running gear for my Panzerjäger one, because the running gear couldn't work, but I'm going to build it as a Panzer I for Russia. Little recon element. All right, let me get some tea, and I will be right back. How much does a 1/72 scale tank cost? I don't know. They're like freaking $20 now. Unless you buy those Plastic Soldier Company ones, which I plan on buying every single one of them. Those guys have a severe problem. I don't really know what their story is. These guys have a severe problem in running out of product. I've never heard of such a thing. Like, they're always like, you know, they need to be produced, they need to produce more. Like, freaking inject the shit out of them. Bloody hell, that barrel made a good job of hiding. It was insane. It was insane. It was unbelievable. Well, we're going to play that tank in Armored Commander. That Frankenpanzer. And anybody speak German? How do you say loose cannon? Los Kanon? That's what the name of that tank's going to be. Okay, so here is a Panzerkampfwagen 4H. And with separate link track. And I did a separate link track the other day and killed it. Because I used a piece of tape. I got an idea from, I just happened to see somebody's video on YouTube that did that with a piece of tape. I don't think I need to do the tape. The tape kind of made it a pain in the ass at times, but let's see where we left this thing at and see why. And I also did schürzen yesterday, so I have a hell of a lot more patience than I used to, and I have a hell of a lot more tools than I used to. I just wish I had some of these that had little rubber ends on it. It's not hugely necessary, but it would be nice. So this is track hell. All right, let's move this out of the way. And like I said, my mode is I'm going to finish these or I'm going to throw them away so I don't have to look at them anymore. Well, that's really the only two solutions. It's one or the other. All right, what's this crap in here? These kits, by the way, shit, there's another one. Eight times I've mentioned the K word. I was finding myself, I was saying it over and over and over yesterday. It's not something I normally say. Revel, or Revel. Revel, it's two L's. Revel. Were notoriously for shitty models. Ha! Caught myself. What's this? This is stuff in Russian and German and no pictures. We don't need that. See ya. What's this? The history of this bastard? Why is there two? Oh, this is like paint schemes. I don't need that crap. We don't throw it away yet. But it's on its way. Why is another set of instructions? What form of nonsense is this? Alright, let's get this out of the way. You only have two parts, so we need to put that on first before we do anything else and find out why that decided to fall off. What an un-German color this thing's in. The one vehicle that should come in dark yellow, and it's not. Armor fast. Over here is about 9 pounds or 2 vehicles each pack. Not sure their quality. They're pretty shitty. But they work. I have some. But they work. Lockerer Cannon. Is that what it is? Is that what loose cannon is? Lockerer? Oh my gosh, this one has spots for the schürzen to actually fit on and not have to guess where they go. This kit. Damn. is above and beyond better than any of the other ones. I mean, it's not even close. This one's nice. This one's nice. It's also the most modern of all of them. All right, first thing first, these little nips need to come off. Nips, nibs. Which one is it? If I'm building a Japanese tank, it's definitely nips. God, the Japanese tanks were trash. And ugly, too. Hago's kind of cute. But the other tanks, man, they make Italian tanks look sexy. All right, let's find out where this toe thing is. It's got to be on one. It's got to be up here. Yeah, it's got to be this one. It's there. It's missing. Yep, I'm not even going to look at the instructions. That's where it goes. You think MacArthur said that at one point in the Philippines? The Japanese tanks were ugly? Oh, or nips. Hey, we make fun of everybody here. I got nothing against Japanese people. They are extremely eccentric, though, when I see them here in the States. It is an interesting... They're an interesting clash of things. I love their vehicles. Now, I swear by them. Okay. Yeah, this is 2000. This is Revell 2000. That's pretty modern as far as I'm concerned. These other ones were like from the 70s and shit. The Hasegawa ones, which were the second best ones, I think those were from the 90s. And I don't know. I haven't looked at their catalog lately. Maybe they have all kinds of cool stuff now. But all right, let's check off what we've done. All right, we've done this section here. And there is the auxiliary motor, right? We got the front plate. Got all the suspension done. The sprockets. Yeah. These two tow hooks. All right, we're done with that side. I had a lot of fun doing this yesterday. Okay, we're moving to back hull. There's a little spots there. We did those two. This is the underside. Okay. Back plate done. It says to drill 2 holes. Well, already drilled them and already installed what goes through them. Okay. Yep. All right. That's this little. What the hell is that? It's like a muffler or some shit like that. I'm not assuming that I have, even though I'm putting on schürzen, that I'm past that point, because I took shortcuts and stuff in my younger days. Yep, that piece is on there, that piece is on there, that's on there, that's on there. Okay, this one is, I'm not going to throw it away, but that one's complete. front hull plate. Okay. The hell does 2 go on? I can tell whether or not it's done. Is it here? That's track. Track and schürzen MG34, which actually looks pretty decent. I don't see that piece. I must have installed it. All right, the turret. Turret basket done. Oh, I hadn't decided whether it was open or not. No, I have another one of these from Matchbox diecast. So I have a J that's 176. It's over there that we built yesterday. We have another H that is in 172nd. Just jumped in. Do you have rules in mind? Yes. The face of battle. They're not available anymore. Italian tanks weren't too bad. Nice guns, just they bolted on armor together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the M1340 isn't that bad. And their modern light tank, the L6, that's a good looking vehicle, I think. I think it's a good looking vehicle. Where are my Panzer crewmen? Because the Matchbox has a hatch closed. Let's see if we want to build this thing with a hatch open. Where's my glasses? I got a lot of vehicles that I don't have a choice whether I have to build them with the hatch open or closed. Here's that ugly Stug 4. That's all. 2-piece resin kit. Let's look at these Foundry figures. There's a Foundry figures. The cool thing about them is that, man, that resin thing's really heavy compared to this light plastic. Have narrow waists, and there's a chance they'll fit in here. Who do we got that's available? These guys have side caps. Okay, so I would be more likely to use them on earlier vehicles because they had the option of doing that. Oh, this is the Tiger Commander. We're not using him. We're not using him for anything else. I may just glue it. I may just glue it shut. Like the little half. I got some American guys, little half American guy figures. I gotta find a tank that has the front driver hatch open or something like that, because he's so freaking cute. He's got these little goggles. He just looks like one of those little dogs that you put on a little sidecar. He's awesome looking little figure. I definitely want to use him for something. Yeah, this guy's lean back. Could interfere with that hatch. Actually, it's a really nice figure. Yeah, this guy's awesome. We need to use him for the Tiger. Yeah, we're just going to glue it closed. You know, honestly, at the ranges that we're talking about, it's just for modeling purposes. The ranges that we're talking about, you want to be buttoned up. You know, Tiger must be huge. It's not that big. Tiger isn't that big. It's just square as shit. Funny is these figures don't look that much bigger than 15s because the 15s have grown. Okay. Let's find out where we're at. I've had no breakfast. I've had no coffee. And I don't feel like having either one of the two right now. Okay, we're going to put the hatch closed. and the pintle mount for the MG34. Now we're actually going to leave the pintle mount by the MG34 for later because it's finicky. I don't want it to be in the way of everything. All right. So we're going to work on the turret. Decals. Track. This is schürzen stuff. Here's the hatch. Wow, that is a really detailed mount for the MG34. Definitely better than previous ones. Definitely better than previous ones. We're gonna mess with that last. The separate track links. All right, where are we at on the turret? We've got one piece on here, which is 82. Then it has 83 next to it, which is this one right here. Okay. And the fit of these things, even though it's three separate pieces, has got to be better than the J. The J was a pain in the ass to do. The back is this one, okay? And the opposite side's 85. We're going to put it over here because it's on the opposite side. And the front of the opposite side's 86. Wherever the hell it is. Here. Those are the opposite side. This is the back. This one's the one over here. Got it. Okay. And we have the little things for it, and I hope that they're angled in the right way, and if they're not, we got a problem on our hands, ish. Okay, drink. I want to buy some kits so I can do kit reviews. There's some kit reviews that I want to get that there's nobody has done a kit review on. I'm not going to tell you which ones they are, but that there's an opportunity. Use officer figure and turret to denote platoon, squadron, command tank. Well, I don't have enough. This is a you show up and you have one vehicle kind of game. This isn't a you have more than that. This is a piece that's lodged in the wrong place. I'm going to leave that there. That is a good idea. And I'm not opposed to painting figures. As a matter of fact, I know I'll get them down well. It's the vehicles that I don't know that I'm going to be happy with how they turn out. But I will be experimenting on vehicles that are easier to repaint if you're not happy with. Like, I'm pretty happy with this Panzer II, and it's not completely done. So I like the blue. I like the blue tinge I was able to put on it. And this is just a white metal thing from Ratham. So, and I haven't put it on a base or anything, so. I was actually, what happened is like, okay, where are my German crosses? Well, now I have a shit ton of them, you know, so, yeah. There's a chance I may finish that up today towards the end. But, see, it didn't come with an option of having it open. You know, and it's a good thing because you can't fire the gun if he's crew exposed. The commander's crew exposed. Okay, so let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's cut all the flash off this stuff. This one's pretty much done. Let's go to the other side and make sure we put it back over there. Okay, we did that one already. This one's not. This one's a fresh one. Okay. All right. I have a feeling this piece is out of whack. Okay, according to this, and I do stuff that I would never do before. Like, I grab these things I grab these things with the tweezer. I would just grab it with my hands before, and it's just you get a much better grip. So this has got it. This is like this. End of story. That's where it needs to be glued. I'm gonna go ahead and glue that part. Not really anything you can do about it other than that. And while it sets a little bit, see what Kevin says. Your German numbers are tanks for tank, platoon, etc. But Allies figured out who command tank was by the numbers, so they mixed up all the numbers up. Well, I haven't read about World War II stuff in a long time, but I would love to build things for a unit and number them, but I just don't think I'm going to be doing it that way. The people who have the shittiest tank system is definitely the Russians. You know, they focus more on the slogans that, you know, go everything from, what's my favorite slogan I've seen? Death to the fascist vipers or something like that. That's a good one. But the Germans definitely had the coolest one. Number 2, easily, is the Brits. Easily. Their insignias of their units are awesome. Awesome. And I'm not just talking the Desert Rat stuff. There's other stuff that's really, really cool. So that's why I like the desert. It's like the two coolest people fighting each other. Well, you know, for wargaming. For wargaming purposes. I may have jumped the gun on this a little bit. Let's see if we can get away with doing this, or we need to punt. All right, we need to punt. So let's move this back into place where it probably needs to be, which is over here. Let's check this. And I like the desert because I really don't like the Brits using U.S. equipment. And it's not because I don't think they're worthy. I just think they should use their own equipment. It's cooler looking. So that's why I like the desert for them. I think we need to move this out a little bit more. Like so. Yeah, we'll wait for that to harden a little bit, and we'll move over to this side. They also had an extra antenna, stood out. Or sometimes it had that weird antenna, right? That's that one that goes in like weird directions. It's something like an upside down, what do you call it? Umbrella? That's the K versions and stuff. Panzer 3K. Okay, this is going to fit here, but this thing is twisted. So let's untwist it. I think I can get away with doing this. Let's find out. Like I said, what's the worst thing that can happen? I throw this thing away. I don't want to do that, though. Well, that worked too well. Jeez. Oh. I just have to mess with the bottoms because the tops are... Really? Come on. The tops are all in the correct spot. Unlike the other shirts that didn't have any markers on them at all. All right, let's check this again. I'd get so much stuff done if I wasn't human. Okay, you. Stay there. don't know if I'm gonna let other people move these vehicles. You thought the Germans put their antenna in stupid places. Did they? I don't know. They weren't consistent with shit. Which is bad for reality, but good for if you're a modeler. Okay, that's the spot for it. Okay. Over here. And we got distracted by this. Okay, good. We got some flexibility. Let's move that farther away so it's easier to not have a problem, but I want to keep it half open for now. Okay, we should be able to. Man, this brush is amazing. Amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing. It's got a catch on the bottom. Got it. There's no way I could do this without my contacts out now. Nice. Nice. Okay. This patience. Patience and tinkering. I think I need to put the back on before I put the sides. Because the sides just connect to each other. And then hopefully there's not a problem here because this one's hardened by, it's been welded for 20 years. Okay, I think we can probably do this now. Let's put some here, put some here. I don't think it touches the back of the basket. I mean, last time this was World War II stuff. They put the schürzen on for bazookas. Now I come to find out, oh, that's not the case. It's for the anti-tank guns, the anti-tank rifles. I'm like, what? We got everything wrong. Is there a catch on the bottom? Like there is. Okay. That one goes there. The problem is this is in the way of the basket, so let me put it like this so the basket's not in the way. And let's start with this end. No wonder I gave up on this years ago. I could totally handle this now. It's actually very forgiving. You put it, you soften it, you can adjust it. You can't do this without tweezers, though. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I wouldn't voluntarily buy one of these. I already have them. But having this stuff already made for you is the way to go. Now, if it doesn't fit worth a damn between the two, well, it doesn't fit worth a damn between the two. The notch is there and the notch is there. Let's take a look and see what we're dealing with. Man, it's pretty close. Pretty close. Let's put this, we want to put it on the outsides here. Put it there. And I want to put it there. Yeah. Did you like that tanks game? I know somebody who has it, but they buy everything. They're into like every freaking game. Oh, you know what? I need to check something to make sure how the little things go, if it's up or down. Down. They're like L's. I was doing it right. Okay. Okay, the front one's not going to budge at all because it's been welded for years. So we just need to see if we can adjust this one up a bit to fit in there. Did we fucking do it? Holy. Don't have to be perfect. These things are all beat up all the time. I mean, how many of your tanks need to be taken out by anti-tank rifles where you say, you know what, we need to put these stupid things on all our vehicles? Because you know they're a pain in the ass. You couldn't use the side doors. You open them up and you can't get out. So now you can't bail out of the side. I wonder if that's figured in an Armored Commander. I bet it isn't. I'll be freaking damned. That's a lot better than I would have thought it would have turned out. All right, let's go to the other side. Let's make sure we do these correctly, which is like this and like that. Now we're going to moisten Yeah, I didn't grow up with 15 mil. 15 mil is not a World War II scale for me. I'm old like that. It was either micro armor or this scale. There was no 28s either. And I love the figures in this scale. The infantry figures, I love them. Love them, love them, love them. So for skirmish, this is the only scale for me. And I don't have to buy anything. I already have it all. I've had it all. I have had it all. World Tank owns it now. I don't know if they change anything. Yeah, and I've played bigger games before. That's what I started off with. I'm done with that stuff. Joel wants to play Rapid Fire. He's going to build stuff for it. I think he said for France. I'll play it. I'll play it as long as it's not a hot day. I'm not playing anymore on hot days. I mean, if they had air conditioning, it would freaking work. It'd be different. But I ain't doing that shit. I'll stay home and paint. I'm not playing with sweating my balls off anymore. Right. I think we can do the turret now. I don't know if I'm gonna put a turreted guy in there. I got mixed feelings. He might actually look pretty awesome. Yeah, let's just punt on that one. How about that? We're going to put the MG34. There's just not that many of them with them on there. And you know, I'm talking about a person runs a squad at the most. You know, so it's that type of a skirmish. I only have this many vehicles for variety. You know, and I have them. Not that you even need 5 tanks in one scenario on one side. That's just extreme. Yeah, so what angle are we going to fire the machine gun at? No, I want to put it at an angle. It's not going to interfere with the figure if I decide to put one in there. I'd like to put it to the front. Just put it to the front and F it. Alright, we got to be really careful with this thing because it could be extremely, extremely brittle. Because this is old. This is 20 years old now. Let's get all this extra sprue out of the way. Don't need to save all that sprue if we make a few antennas. It's okay. And I actually thought I had more models than I did. I'm disappointed is the wrong word. I'm surprised that I didn't have more. All right, we got to be careful with this. Again, this is something I would have never done in the past. Cut that out. MG34. Nope. All right. Let's make sure this thing is supported. Flip this one this way. It's got more support. Don't try to cut it all the way to the end on one swipe. I played Flames of War a couple times and absolutely hated it. Absolutely. It's way too amateurish for me. Hey, if it gets people in the hobby, cool. It's just not my thing. Thank you, Jesus. Excellent. And I don't like the codex mentality. All right, I want to play Japanese. Oh, the rules aren't out for that. Well, why not? Oh, we're working on one bit at a time. Doesn't really work for me. Hey, it gets people in the hobby. Their websites are great. They do a lot of things right. They do a lot of things, I shouldn't say right. Just because they do things one way, it just doesn't work for me. They do a lot of things that I like on their website and stuff, but it's honestly, it's overwhelming. And I'm not going to play another tournament game. After DBA, I'm done with tournaments. And it's not because I've had a bad experience. It's just I don't want weird shit fighting weird shit, you know? The only reason I played DBA as a tournament to begin with is I didn't have to paint shit for both sides. Okay, there's the MG34-ish type weapon, because it doesn't seem like anybody gets it right. All right, we're going to put this in the front, and we're going to put that in the front. We'll have to do it in 2 stages. I accidentally bought some 10mm Ancients, so looked further into them. The price is way cheaper, and size really isn't much smaller. I think 10 mil would be good for a lot of stuff. They just don't have the variety. You know, if you want to do normal, you know, nothing weird like Romans or something like that, you should be fine with it. Again, if you're doing stuff just to play with yourself, it's different than if you're playing with, you know, a tournament. Like this scale, I don't give a shit if anybody else doesn't do 20mm. I'm supplying all the stuff for the scenario, so. And I got to figure out how to play all this stuff on my own anyways. We're going to put this to the front because it's the best protected also from like accidental damage or something like that. You leave it off to the side, it could catch something. Okay, we're going to do this in 2 stages. I want this set pretty well before I put extra weight at the end of this. All right, so we're going to put MG34 over there. And man, that's turned out really, I mean, I can't believe how well that turned out. Patience. It's not perfect, but remember, I've got to deal with something that was put together by somebody that didn't go about it the right way. All right, now it's wanting me to do separate link track. I'm going to try to do it without the tape. I'm going to try to do it without the tape because the tape was creating issues in some ways. So the secret is put it all together. Use this stuff, and while it's bendy, wrap it around. It's really that simple. Is there separate piece numbers for both sides? There is not. All right. Oh, does this have like huge, much larger chunks? Tell me it does. Oh, it's telling me to bend 87? Oh, you're a dick. No, it's not. Good. I don't want to do anything that involves bending stuff with hot water. That just, all kinds of things could happen. Especially, I don't do well with touching hot things with my fingers. Okay, how many exactly is it? Doesn't tell me. All right, 6mm naps. Those are guys when I was growing up, they played Napoleonics in 6mm back in the 80s. And they used to call them ants. I think they look pretty good myself. I agree with you. Okay. That's piece 88. So I have a problem with Napoleonics. I never got into playing it because people that were playing it just didn't seem like they were a lot of fun to play with. But I think the French suck at making, I'm wording it wrong. They don't make a good enemy. I don't think the French make a good enemy. I don't know. They just don't seem sinister enough. Too many years of playing World War II shit. I got nothing against French people. I just think Napoleon just doesn't make a good enemy. Okay, so we got this, and then we got two smaller pieces that go side by side. Good morning, Mr. Dirk. And what were those things? The golden kiwis. Man, those... My wife bought some at the store on a whim, and then it's like, oh, you got to try this. And I pretty much like every fruit. Freaking amazing. Just absolutely amazing. The other kiwis kind of are lame because they don't have a lot of flavor. Not that the flavor they have is bad. I got a pair of 91s, one above and one behind. But man, those are amazing. One of those there. The other one here. And a pair of 90s. 90s are these up here. Two of those. One goes over here. The other one goes over here. '89 across the top. Here's '89. And now the tricky part. It doesn't tell you how many. It doesn't tell you how many. Well, we need to count how many we have and divide by 4 just to be safe. What do we say? Played some 50mm, 6mm figures on 15mm stand. That's a good idea. Looks really good for pikes, elephants, and terriers. I think 6mm is the scale Games Workshop used for Titanicus. It is. It's kind of like their own scale. Let's clean this stuff up first. And I actually had some Epic, and yes, I was lured in by looking at a White Dwarf magazine. It was actually the Demons. The Demons was the ones that I'd gotten. But then, you know, I bought stuff, and I'm like, I don't even have the rules. Nobody played. You know, I bought stuff and then didn't do anything with it. That's the old Tony. We don't want to do that stuff anymore. We don't want to buy stuff and not do shit with it. That's wasteful. Wasteful and stupid. Let's access these from this side. You know, this is satisfying in a way, but I'd rather just not even do this. I'd rather spend the effort painting. The thing about vehicles is there's some wargaming vehicles, there's some people out there that do a stellar job. But I just don't think their vehicles match their figures. In other words, you have these figures that all have a comic book look to them. Like mine. My figures have a comic book look to them. Not an ugly comic book, but still, they don't look ultra realistic. But the other vehicles do. And I just think they both need to have the same look. So, at least that's what I would want out of it. All right. Are all of the little pieces here? Yes, these are the extra track links, and they're bigger anyways. Okay, they're all there. All right, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, 32 divided by 4, that's 8. All right. Got it. Got it. So we're going to do 8 here and 8 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is actually the pain in the ass part. Gluing them together is actually not that bad. It's cutting them out. Well, once you figure out how to glue them together, and it went pretty well for me the other day. It wasn't perfect, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I don't want to wait too long and I lose the flexibility on the pieces. So I want to make sure all this stuff is ready to go. And one there. Okay, now we can put this away for the time being. And all we're worried about at this point is this drawing. Okay? Let's clean these guys up. Like I said, it's either you do this or you throw them away. And this kit is phenomenally better than any of the other ones. It's better than the Hasegawa kit. And it's not even close compared to the Eschi kits. The Eschi kits just really suck. Honestly. Jesus, Kevin, you were up early. You probably stayed up, didn't you? You probably stayed up from the night. Which is something I can't do. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I was done with this, all the stuff that I did yesterday, my neck hurt. I can't lower the chair anymore. Yeah, I can. Liar. Okay, good. I lowered the chair more. You did stay up all night, okay. One. Actually, this is probably worse. I need a little bit more. Actually, I was fine where it was at. Why did I mess with it? Damn me. Good thing I don't do board games. We'll be doing a video on clipping counters, which I've never done because it wasn't a thing when I was into board games. And I'll be honest, I like how it looks. I do like how it looks. Got to get some sleep. Got football to watch soon. All right, now let's straighten all this shit out. 1, 2, this is that piece there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these are the ones that go around the side. Okay. One goes here. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one's for this group. Okay, we can start putting this stuff together. Now my plan is to attach everything and use this little piece towards the bottom as the link up. We're going to leave 8 and 8 on the ends. We don't want to tinker with them. We'll leave them alone. Now let's make sure we have them going in this direction. We have this one like so. All right, cool. I'm not going to use tape. I think tape was a little... Let's start off not using tape and see how it goes. It was a little... I had to mess with it, and I was getting stuck on it. It wasn't perfect. So let's put this somewhere we can leave it open. Oh, we're going to need tweezers to position stuff. We're definitely going to need tweezers. And we're going to need a drink. All right, here goes. I'll put this like this. Yeah, we'll move it in place and we'll drop a piece of glue. That's simple. Even though I said I was going to use that piece to connect it, I just really don't listen to myself. I'm just going to build it as is. And I can always... This is so much better. Than the other separate link track thing I did. Okay, now we got 8 of these bastards. Wow. 8 of these bastards. One thing I like about Gale Force tanks, tread and road wheels all one piece. I would like that too. But it wasn't available back then. And I really didn't want to throw this thing in the garbage can because that's basically the alternative. So I'm rolling with it. And honestly, so far, my experience has been positive. But I don't want to do this again. It's actually going a lot better than I thought. Just fiddly. Like I said, I'd rather spend my time painting this stuff than, you know, going through all this trouble building it. You definitely want to lay these out and how many you want, because when you're in the middle of this, you're like, according, how many is there? Is that 7 or 8? And you're like, oh shit, now I got to undo them, and it's not that much of a problem to pull off one thing. But we'll see if this matches 100% around. Going a lot better without the tape, honestly. Anybody else use these cardboard things like I do? Man, it's like my favorite material. It's so freaking useful. It protects stuff. Things slide pretty well off of it. I don't have to worry about destroying my cutting mat. It's free. That always helps. This stuff doesn't stick to your fingers. That's pretty cool. This really high quality thing. There's that piece. There is no small piece between them. We just go to the big one. Yeah, see, if it was on tape, I'd have it'd be sticking to itself, that kind of shit. We'll keep this small one here. Is the connector. Okay. Then we have this one here at the top. Use paper towels. You do things on top of paper towels? Okay, then we should have 8 of these. This is the connector one. This is the magic connector. We'll put it up there. It's going a lot. Oh, let's not brag. Shut the fuck up. Don't brag. Stay humble. I'll say it's going a lot faster than I thought it was. I was skeptical of wrapping it around after building it separately like this, but it actually works pretty well. This stuff stays bendy for a bit of time. I remember when I was a kid, my mom never bought paper towels. She thought it was wasteful. Everything's wasteful. Man, I wish I had this kind of patience way back when. Or the brush on the applicator. That's amazing. I love that thing. If I ever run out of this stuff, which I don't know, I'm going to empty it, clean it out, and pour the orange smelling one in it and use this applicator. Last piece. Hopefully. I'm leaving that one little connector for last. We'll put it on the tank if we need to. If we need two of them, we got a problem. All right. I've seen metal tracks for 1/48, individual links joined with pins like real tracks. Yeah, they probably cost more than the model. 1/48, yeah. I stopped building models and 1/48 just showed up out of nowhere. I'm not sure if it's 156 or 148 that people recommend the for 28 millimeter. All right, here goes everything. We know this needs to be in the center if this is built correctly. See, look at this. Don't use a piece of tape. This is easier. It's a lot faster. Okay. We're not going to start gluing this thing until that's going to be in the middle. Where's that bend joint? I'm not really sure. All right, so line this up with the knobs. Go a little closer. If they had a brain, look at this. Fucking look at this. Revell of Germany, you are my old school tank model hero. I'm going to scooch this. No, I can't. Okay. I'm going to put this right here. Did I already do that? I don't remember. I probably did. Fuck, this was like too easy. I can't believe I was saying that. Okay, I don't want to glue it down yet. I want to get this in place. I'm going to hold that part. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to that's this part here. And then we'll hit this side too on this piece. It's the applicator. That's the biggest contributing factor. as the applicator and use tweezers and move shit around. And it's going to be covered in dirt, so it just certainly does not need to look perfect. And it looks almost freaking perfect. So now, what we're going to do is, because this glue is amazing, and this applicator is amazing, we're going to come in here, and we're going to drip this shit, so everywhere it touches, it will be connected to it. And I love modelers complain, oh, I can't, how do you get in there? I can't paint the stuff. I'm like, dude, I can get anything. I can get anywhere I can see. That's the easy part. Okay, let's go on the inner side as well. Wow. Holy moly. Never would have thought. This is a good kit. When anyone says it's too easy, the initial thought is, what have you missed? Yeah. Yeah, I hate the rubber band tracks. This was too easy. This is too easy. Patience. Patience. And I'm not an expert at this, but between this glue, thinking about it logically, Mr. Doug, welcome. 1/72nd scale. 1/72nd scale is this for 20 millimeter figures. Wow, what a piece of cake. I mean, it took time. It's not like it's... But that's a testament to how well or how poorly other kits are made compared to these. I'd rather have the running gear all together, but I already have this, so. Okay, I'm gonna build it in the same order and then we'll flip it to put it on, okay? Wow. That was easy. Forget the tape. I'm not using the tape again. And the tape was a godsend, but it's really the tweezers, something you can slide things on, and the applicator for that glue. And, you know, just being patient. Used the tube glue so long, I could never get the hang of that brush on glue. Oh, the tube glue, I couldn't do it. I'd go into an insane asylum. I've used this stuff for ages. My dad used to use it when I was a kid. I'm like, Dad, build me this. And he used this, and I'm like, it takes forever to dry. Yeah, but you know what? It's forgiving. Okay. We got some extra pieces here. That is rather strange. It's rather strange why I don't have that piece. I'm not worried about it because okay, let's move forward. I've gotten pro level the last 2 days at solving problems. Maybe it's because I've had to solve so many problems at work. This is a piece of cake. It is. Okay. The big one there. 89 is its opposite number at the top. Let's close this. It is closed. Let's move it out of the way. 89 is the opposite number at the top. Got it. Two 90s. Which one of these are we missing? A 90 there. And a 90 there. I didn't check to see if it was... I don't think I put the wrong piece on. It doesn't matter. I mean, it went together like it was perfect. I've already in my head solved how we're going to do it. And I only have 290. I only have 191. Okay. So the first thing I do is, does it match okay with this one? Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that one could work, but is this one 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and that one fits where? It's the 90 I don't have. It's the 91 I don't have. I don't have two 91s. Okay, so I'm using one that has an extra 91. So when we connect this around, I'm not going to use that spare piece. This will be to take the place of it. And if I didn't have that, and I just had one that was too short or too long, I could cut it. I mean, it's not rocket science. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe laying around here somewhere. I don't think so. Geez, I don't know how much more anal retentive I could have been. 8 on each side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There they are. 8 to each side. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't bounce. 7, 8. This goes to this side. Okay, these go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha, I saw you bounce, you bastard. It'd be okay if I was missing one. It's not the end of the world. Move them over here. Ah, but we don't have the mini one here. All right. All right. Okay. Huh. Not worried about it. We got 2 other spare pieces. And they're going to have mud on them. Let's proceed like we don't have an issue. Like we don't have inventory issues. More armored commander tonight. Oh, you missed it. I almost did it last night, but I wasn't feeling 100%. I was really tired. I really wanted to do it last night, but It didn't work out. It's okay. More Armored Commander? Yeah. Yeah, maybe in the afternoon. A lot of fun. It's motivating to do this stuff. Maybe even in the afternoon. Actually, the worst thing about all of this is posture. That's the worst thing. Bringing this up, and I'm just using my hands too much that it becomes like a little too much. The rest of this is easy, stress-free. Whatever happens, happens. I've had these things 20 years. Whatever I'm going to do with them is going to be a hell of a lot better than what's been done to them, which is nothing. And I'd like to say I'm not going to paint anything until these all are done, but I don't think I'm going to paint any of these until they're all done. I do need to finish the Huns, and I just didn't feel like painting the same effing thing this morning when I've got these. I had such a good time working on these yesterday. I don't know if you could tell, but I did have, even looking for that sneaky Panzer. The sneaky Panzer turret was, I had a lot of fun doing this. A lot of fun. And I worked on it some, not videoed because I didn't know how long it was going to have. And I didn't listen to anything. I just kind of just putzed around. And so I put the Panzer IV-J together. Thought it was going to be a big fail. Ended up not being. Do need to order some stars for my Americas. I got all the. I think the first ones I'm going to paint is the Shermans that I have. I got to make them look cool. I've never been a fan of the looks of a Sherman tank, but you can get really creative with them. And that's what I plan on doing, is giving them all personality. Now, those games with the Sherman tank on Armored Commander were awesome. Crazy, crazy stuff. This doesn't take that long. It's just something to do. You could be spending this time doing something else other than this. I make it look too easy. I haven't been doing this for a while. I've got a lot more patience than I used to have. I have the right tools. I have the right light. I have the right crowd. Having you guys along with me helps, keeps me on track. And talking to yourself through things really helps. Self-coaching. It forces you to kind of think about stuff before you do stuff. And like, oh shit, I put the tracks on backwards. Stuff like that could still happen. But it just makes it easier. Okay, so our connection point, I think, is going to have to be the longer one is the illegitimate one. And we have no more small ones. See, this is what I'm talking about. When the conversation I'm having with myself is important, so you don't like, and you can still trip things up. So, what else do I have left, piece-wise? I got an even longer piece. So we got to make this one work. We're leaving this one out. That's the one we're leaving out. Because we can always put a longer piece there. We can't put a shorter one. Did I think about that correctly? I don't know. That's what we're going to do. Done. All right, here we go. This part will make it look easy. The easy part is wrapping this son of a bitch around. I couldn't believe how easy that was. That was crazy. Now, you know, I wouldn't want to use this vehicle and not be on a base because, you know, those little things could come undone. But, yeah. Do you know around about what time for Armored Commander like to catch you live? No, but if you subscribe to this channel, you know, hit the little subscribe button, hit the little bell, and you'll get a notification when I come on. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's like a role-playing game. It basically is a role-playing game. Okay, I don't know where I had this glue thing, but it was in a perfect location. I was on a roll. Here we go. Tweezers, my friend. I couldn't do it without the tweezers. That makes a huge difference. Guy was like, hey, use tapes to keep all the stuff like lined up and everything. I'm like, it's freaking easy. And it slides across this really, really well. No, I wish I did know what time, but that involves like planning. I'm not alone today, so I'm not sure what the girls have planned for me. We went to a, we were planning on going to a tailgate, and the weather just is out of control. The thunderstorms are just, I swear they're worse than any other year. And we're like, well, I guess we can't go. And then it kind of cleared up, and we're like, F it, let's go. So we went. My second tailgate ever. I didn't go to my first tailgate until last year. I'm not a sports fan, but I like the tailgate thing. It involves drinking in public. What's not to like? And, yeah. Thought we were going to stay there and watch the game, but I guess they packed everything up. This got a whole like trailer with like multiple TVs. This is a pretty cool setup. And the rain that we got definitely made the weather a hell of a lot milder. It wasn't bad, actually. It might have been 70. It might have been like 80. But before that, it was a hellhole. So, everything worked out just fine. Unless you were a Gator fan. Because you lost. But I just do it for social purposes. I don't care who wins or loses. It's not like it's a war game where, you know, it's important. Look how easy that slides across this, and it doesn't stick to this or nothing, because it's not really glue. It's a softening agent that melts the two things together. It doesn't have anything to do with this. You could pour this right on here and it wouldn't react with it at all. Hallelujah. But the model is well engineered. It's well engineered. And I any coffee yet. We'll go get some coffee after we're done with this. I was putting something together yesterday, and I noticed I was shaking a little bit. I thought that was strange, because I've never had the shakes before. We don't need that. We got lots of stuff to do. We don't need to get no shakes. And maybe this glue is a little bit better than the other glues that I've used in the past, because back when I used to build models, I didn't have this Tamiya glue. We always called it Tamiya. It probably shouldn't be Tamiya, because the heavy cruiser is M-A-Y-A and it's Maya, and this is Mia, Tamiya. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Tamiya. Definitely. Tamiya. They were my favorite kits to put together when I was shit. 10 so far. To put together. I'm gonna have fun with that. It was just annoying me how many times I was saying that yesterday. Okay. Now, in order to set the tracks correctly, okay, that would be a huge sin for some people. I don't think it's the end of the world. It's just, it would be, annoying to go through all that trouble and they're facing the wrong way. You checked out the guy you talked about who paints the tanks. Wow. Yeah, what is it? Night Shift? I don't know. I'm more fun at parties though. Okay? Yeah, he's brilliant. He's got a lot of practice too, I mean, I can do figures like it's no tomorrow. He can do tanks like it's no tomorrow. The stuff with the models is you've got to use a method, and you got to go in order, and you got to find what method you like and what order it works for you, and then do it. There's just a lot of stumbling blocks, So yeah, But what does he do with the vehicles? They freaking sit there. He's not, playing around and making boom sounds with them when you roll dice. That's where the fun's at. All right, now we flipped this, so we need to be careful. We need to roll this thing from this side. Oh, shit. I'm talking about rolling things. Hey, I don't know jack shit about that stuff. And I'm proud of it. Okay. Where's this joint? There. Now, I make it look too easy because it is too easy. It is too easy. Let's see what kind of fit we need on here. If we need to modify it. I don't think we need to modify. Yeah, we do. It's too big. It's too big. What if I make it extra bendy, add some slack in here. Where does this one end? There. What if I pull it back a little bit by 1 to there? Okay. And adds a little bit of slack there. And this isn't high. And then maybe this one, not still too big. I'm going to have to cut a piece off. And the part that sucks about that is I want a nice little joint that it has. There's no other smaller one, is there? No. No. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. And we're going to take 1 off. Now, this has little notches. Let's see if I can be free. I don't even know how to freaking manufacture that shit. Let's do it like that. Oh, this side may actually come out better than the other one. Who knows? Test fit. This thing open? Yeah. Okay, good. Test fit. Let's flip. I'm gonna just shut my mouth. What do we got here? I'm the figure man equals his tanks. Well, there's a few people that I think paint a little bit, that I'd be a little bit happier with my skills if I painted to their level in 15s. Maybe a couple. But the important thing is that at the end of the day, I am really happy with the way my stuff looks when I am done with it. That's the important part. It doesn't matter that you paint better because it's always going to be in the eye of the beholder. Like, for instance, I know some of you may like Picasso. I think he's an idiot. I don't care what reasoning you use. But, you know, did he like his own work? I don't know. Does it really matter? He's a communist, so. But, you know, so it doesn't really matter ultimately what it is. What's a beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's more than that. It's more that you're the creator. You need to be happy with what your creation is so you don't get dissatisfied and don't do any more creations. So that's the only problem I see with myself doing vehicles. I think that if I spend half as much time painting them as I do building these, I'll be fine. But I have to kind of develop this skill set for doing vehicles kind of from scratch because it's all geared towards figures. And it was funny. If you go back and watch one of his videos, he was really leery about painting a figure. And I'm like, let me in there, you know? Let me in there and I'll paint the figure for you. But, you know, I went to an art show several years ago with a family in a little town here called Mount Dora. And they had sidewalk artists and stuff like that. And this guy was on the sidewalk painting a landscape based on what he was painting. It was just like in a little cupboard. He was just kind of painting with oils. And I'm like looking at him. And my daughter was young at the time. And she goes, "Daddy, look, this guy paints like you do." And, you know, meaning she just equated, you know, painting to painting. And the guy was like, it sparked his interest. And he said, "Oh, what do you paint?" And so I pulled up pictures of my miniatures on the phone, and he acted like he was amazed at it. And I'm sitting here thinking, you're creating shit out of nothing. It's a blank freaking canvas. I'm just doing paint by numbers. And, you know, I know that the painting I do is just a trick. And you know what? It's probably a trick for him too. He just knows what the trick is. So, I think that was before I painted my backdrops. And we're going to be doing more of that. Because I don't have a Normandy backdrop. And we're going to be doing more of that. And that is, talk about analysis paralysis. Look at this. Look at this shit. This is amazing. Hats off to Revell of Germany. Even with a missing piece. Well, if I was missing a whole chunk, I'd just put it down here somewhere, and then when we do the goop stage, we could hide that. So, wow. Yeah, it'll take some time to develop your skills for vehicles, just as you've already do. Yeah, the thing is I think I'm going to go in my own route because I've noticed there's people that do vehicles really well, and they just don't look like wargaming stuff. They look too realistic. And I'm not going to do dusting effects. I don't like things inside of recesses. It doesn't correlate well with a figure. But that's my own personal thing. I actually don't think it's going to be that bad. I have at least a clue, so that helps. Schürzen. Okay. I promised myself I was going to have coffee, and by God, we will have coffee. And if I made it look easy, good. That's my gift to you. It is. You just have to take it one step at a time. I will be right back. forget all the research and planning. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. I do like doing the research and planning, as long as it's for this stuff. Paint chipping. A lot of people like doing paint chipping on vehicles. I just don't think it goes well with wargaming. I think it's a little too ultra realistic. I mean, at what point do you like, okay, let me paint the little bolts that come in through the turret. It's too much for me. I'm not looking to do that, The details on the vehicle need to pop. Like, I'm pretty happy with this. But we're probably going to go in and we're going to blackline some stuff. But I also don't want to spend freaking 17 hours on a vehicle. Okay, so there's got to be some kind of a balance. So, anyways. Schürzen. Alright, God, this is a well-built kit. A well-designed kit. Damn it, twice, 2 more. Shit. What happened to him? He drove himself mad. Alright, does this fit? Holy smokes, it does. It fits perfectly. Is there any reason I don't need to glue this down? I can't think of any reason not to glue this down, right? Gluing down it is. There's a guy on there that... So one of the elusive things about painting is making Shermans look cool. And there's a guy on there that did a video, and I'm gonna do one of his Shermans, one of my Shermans, painted exactly, or at least the starting point on his idea. And let me think what his name is. I don't remember what it is, but I'm gonna follow it, and because I like how his turned out, and I can't remember if he did paint chipping. I'm not gonna do paint chipping. Paint chipping looks weird. I came across a video where somebody painted these vehicles for bolt action, and they were for the Africa Corps, and the paint chipping is weird because it has dark spots in places that are highlighted, and it goes like, it's counterintuitive. It's like trying to do like math backwards. I didn't care for it, so I'm definitely not gonna go that route. And it was chipped way too much. Even sometimes you see pictures that things just don't look right. Like, you'll see like pictures of like winter camouflage. They just look like shit, and that's what they're supposed to look like, but it just doesn't. It looks like you did a shoddy job out of it. Let's not press that hard on that. I don't know why she's not. I don't know why the hell she's not gluing getting no tension on here. Yeah, and I want them to look like wargame figures. They need to look equivalent to the figures. I think they do. That's the look I want. I don't know why this is having issues with that. Well, ultimately, I'm not too worried about it. It would just be nice to have all this shit together when I'm putting the schürzen on. I don't know why it's not. It's touching it. Was that the secret? Don't have coffee so things go well? That's not true. I had coffee yesterday and things went great yesterday. Might be a job for my old friend, Epoxy. Okay, work in the morning. All right. Thanks, Dirk, for stopping by. I got one piece loose here. I have a feeling it might be the one that goes there. Let's see. Are the shirts and instructions on here? No. That's weird. I guess I skipped over them because I knew I wasn't going to do that next. Yeah, it looks exactly like the piece that goes there. Okay. Don't be falling down on me. I don't know why this isn't gluing down, but I'm not gonna let it bother me anymore. It's very queer that is happening. 61 is, that's strange. It says that's 61 and it looks nothing like it. I'm not going to get into those shirts are a lot thicker than they're supposed to be. You need to replace it. No. It's a war game thing, okay? It's going to look better than most of the stuff you're going to see on the tabletop from somebody else. That's good enough. You can take things. You can take things too far. Yes, you can take things too far. This is the one that goes towards the front. This should be a breeze because there's actually a locator on all of these. The other one on the 4J from Fujimi kit, which was basically a piece of shit. There's no other way around it. The Fujimi kit was just god awful, and had no locators, and I was able to do that one. So this one should be a breeze comparatively. And we might actually do something cool with this one. We will see. Because I have another one of these Matchbox with the shirts already on it. So I may do something cool with this one. And that is not put all the shirts in on, leave some pieces off. Okay? Cool factor and a way of making all the vehicles look a little different. Okay, this is the piece that's going to be relegated to, I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. This is going to be a piece that's the extra armor on the front of the turret, of the hull. And then this is complete. Okay, what do we have here? Another piece. This has a hatch. I'm not even going to trim it. We're going to put it inside. So we decide what we're going to do. Another piece for the hull. There, this piece is gone. Got to control the madness, folks. All right, what else is left on here? Am I missing a lot of pieces? And is that the problem? All right, let me put my glasses. We can solve that too. They're different on the other side? That is wacky. That's really wacky. Wow, I gotta show you guys this. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Okay, you see these pieces in the middle, which is called piece 61? It goes down, it goes up. The attachment points for the schürzen. Their opposite numbers on the other end look nothing like that. They're those two pieces there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, that's good. It means I have one. I may not have one for the back, which isn't that big of a problem because we're going to make some of these things missing anyways. Cut these pieces off. Let's put both of these on here because we'd like the support racks even if the piece isn't there. That's the other reason I don't want to build these things as I go. I may come across one of these. Oh, here's a piece that goes for the Panzer IV. The units, the building, the vehicle's not finished, it's not painted, so I can just go ahead and add it to it. Okay, these two. That was crazy. I never would have imagined that. Okay, these two. Go here and here. I guess a separate link track would be even easier in 35th scale, wouldn't it? Powders. I'm not going to use Vallejo powders and shit like that to water to it just does. It's just too much. It's too much. Okay. Now we're missing this piece that looks like that one that was also loose. So I'm wondering if it's not flying around somewhere in another box for somebody else. I haven't messed with these things in so many years. This tells you to put that little thing first, then you put the plates afterwards. Okay. 62, 62, got it. They're both 62, which are these pieces right here. Ignore the skirts, makes a Panzer IV G, only spaced armor on the turret. I'm not going to because I already have a G. I already have a G. I have the Franken tank as a frickin' G. And it's an Eschi kit. And it's a late G. And I actually don't like not painting the tank before putting the skirts on. Hell no, Jeffrey. I'm actually going through all these old kits, putting them all together because some of the pieces have worked their way into other boxes. So I may actually find that missing piece. I mean, I haven't messed with these things in over 20 years. I've got my Franken tank. It's an Eschi kit, which is a piece of shit, really. shittiest one so far. It's basically a Panzer. It never exists. It never existed. So these are the ones we built yesterday. Half painted Hasegawa one. Yeah, we'll fix that thing up. It'll look sweet. That's a Hasegawa F2 and F1 from Hasegawa. This is a 4J from Fujimi in 176. So this one has and it had no locator bars for the schürzen on the roof. I just did the roof on that one, and this is the Franken tank. This is a tank that doesn't exist. So I thought it was a G, but it's a late G with a one-piece hatch. The hatch is in there. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do with it, but it's inside the hull. And it's missing all kinds of stuff like the division port here in the side. I'm not gonna scratch build it or nothing. It's a war game model. So this is my late G. This is going to be difficult to figure out whether I'm going to do it in gray or not. I'm probably going to do it in yellow, probably. Because by the time these started coming out, as after February, it probably came yellow. But what I also have, I will go ahead and pull it out now since we have something to compare it to. I have a Matchbox model, toy is probably more accurate. 1/72. I wish they had made more of these. Get my Shermans out of the way. Of a 4H with skirts. So this one's definitely going to have skirts, and I'm repainting this. So let's see how it matches. It mitches? No mitch here. So I am going to build this one with some skirts. I'm going to build this one with some of these skirts missing. Let's put it with the turret. Let's compare apples to apples. So they're close. They're close enough. You know. I'm not feeling I got rid of my Ashi Fujii, most airfix, and replaced them with Armor Fast and PSC. That's what I would do. That's what I'm going to do in the future. Especially the PSCs things. Look at me. I'm dying to buy PSC stuff. I'm not letting myself do it because I have all of this stuff. So I either throw it away or make the best of it. And that's what I'm doing. I had a blast yesterday doing it. Late to the party as I went to see the Queen's cortege pass the bottom of my road. Okay. Yeah. So, excellent. But I want to do, when it gets to painting, we're going to do the Shermans first. Because I've got a lot. And, hell, let's talk, should we talk Shermans? Are we the stopping point for this? Yeah, we'll come back to this. You got my juices flowing on the Shermans. I like challenges. And I've always thought Shermans are ugly. And they are. But that doesn't mean I can't make them look cool. And I will. I'll show you what I got in Shermanlandia. And I got some surprises. I surprised myself on something. So I have a problem, and I'm not going to worry about it. I had gotten 2 Armor Fast. I got these things like freaking 20 years ago when they came out. 2 Armor Fast Shermans, M4s. Which is why I was playing the M4 in Armored Commander. I don't know where the hell this, the mantlet is for this one. I don't know where it is. So I either have to make it or drape something over it, which makes no sense because then I wouldn't be able to do it. Or that's when I decided, like, it's probably here somewhere. I just need to find it. So I'm gonna go through all of my models. Let's not say the K word. That's all the models, and make sure that it's not somewhere to be found. And then we'll worry about, you know, making the machine gun mount, because this didn't have shit on it. You know, it's very, very basic. But and they redid this, and now it has a lot more detail. It's got a 50 cal machine gun, so on it, and all kinds of stuff. But I got those two, which are 1/72nd scale supposedly. I picked up a ton of these Corgis half tracks, and I thought they were too big, and I scaled them. They're really close, like lengthwise and widthwise. They're really close compared to a Sherman. So the cool thing is, I've got 3 of them, and they'll be repainted. That was incredible. Then I also picked up this Corgi, which I believe is an M4A3, and it's in 1/76 scale, so it's tiny little bit smaller than this one. Totally usable. And here's one that I already painted black of the same Corgi. So I've got 4 Shermans, and I also had this Forces of Valor thing with a mine roller, and this is an M4A1, and I don't give a flame in a loop about this. So I'm probably going to fill this thing in and repaint it, take this slacker out of here, take this thing apart, take the slacker. I got really cool US figures. And yeah, and get the PSC M4A1s. And I also have this monstrosity. But I haven't figured out what it is. I haven't scaled this out yet. I think this is way out of scale. And I'm going to get stowage and shit for these guys. Look at this monster. Now, looking at the hull, it's obviously 1/72nd. This is an M4A376. I don't know. It's 1/72nd scale. It's the same length. This is M4A3 hull. It's like the same hull to me. Yeah, it's just a slight difference, you know. I don't mind mixing the two together, the two scales, whatever. It's a war game thing. So that's my Shermans. Oh, and I'm not done. Actually, I'm really not done. Oh, got some battle damage. This is a Britannia, which I hated Britannia figures, but their vehicles are okay. And I actually bought the Humbrol paint to get the right shade of green for the Firefly. And here's the 50. It's damaged. I'm not going to bend it back until I'm ready to do it. But yeah, and this was, I spent an inordinate amount of time of painting this. Yes, it is semi-gloss-ish, accidentally. That's easy to fix. But this is, I spent an inordinate amount of time painting this in the same style that I paint my figures. So no dry brushing or anything on it. And I'm happy with how it turned out. It just needs a little bit of weathering. There's no weathering on it at all. And this needs to be straightened out. But that's a Firefly. But that's Sherman tan. I'm not worried about the Sherman. Not to poo-poo our British allies, but one thing at a time. And also I have an old BP cast M4A4 that's just shitty. You know, you got PSCs for that stuff. So yeah, so this is Shermanlandia. So, well, these aren't Shermans, but you know, they're accompanying. And yeah, so we'll plan on painting we'll plan on practicing with these four first to get the color right, and to make them look interesting. But they'll all end up getting repainted. But I'm not going to keep the mine roller. So I don't know what to do about the mantlet of this guy. I'm hoping I come across it. It's an odd color. If not, I'll drape something on there to kind of hide it a little bit. But there's no reason to throw the kit away just because of that. So, anyhow, Land of the Shermans. But, anyhow, I got quite a few American infantry painted. And I got some other stuff here. I got the Panther that I did. This is a Hasegawa kit for the Panther. Hold on, let's get Firefly out of the way. The only Firefly I like, not the show, the tank. These things are badass. And it's okay, it has no weathering on it. It's on the wrong base. We will fix this thing up once we figure out what we need to do. Give it some washing and stuff on there. That's definitely going to be redeemable. So, but I think the easiest way is just I'm going to go ahead and try to power through building all these things to make sure that I find all the missing parts. Because we need to have some method to the madness. I'm really itching to buy more, but I couldn't let myself do it. And then I think these were in here. And then with all this stuff left to do. There we go. Screw that. We use plastic bases now. And put magnets on the bottom of them. So we're not doing this crap no more. Okay, that's Charmania. But they have all kinds of stuff you can get, like boxes and stuff like that. I'm not going to get bogged down in that at this point. I need to finish building all of the kits that I have so far. That's my priority, and everything else will just happen from there. So, right. This goes over here. Yeah, but the Eshi kits are garbage. They're either wrong or the instructions are horrible, or both. Okay, now I gotta find out where the hell the other pieces to this one. Here they are. So as you throw them all away. Honestly, this is a beautiful model. This is a really well done model. I can't believe how easy the separate link tracks were. So the problem with a lot of these old kits is that there we go. There's another one. Is that it's 13 times I've mentioned it in 3/3. Man, it's not that bad, I guess. I felt like it was horrible yesterday. Let's not do it this way. Let's do it the modern way that we do now that we have tools. I've never had one of these before doing models. And I don't want to put undue pressure on this stuff because it's old. This thing's 20 years old. And the Eshi ones are even older than that. They may have been like from the 70s. I don't know when the hell I didn't get them in the 70s, but they may have been sitting on somebody's in a warehouse that long. Now we're done with this. Got it. Here's an idler wheel. Let's see. I come across something. There's an idler wheel from some 251. But I got different problem solving skills than I used to last time I messed with these guys. That Panzer IV J, it had an idler, it had a sprocket wheel. Sorry. See, here I go again, saying meaning one thing and saying something else. That was a sprocket wheel as well. The sprocket wheel for the 251 for the Panzer IV J, the sprocket wheel wouldn't stay on, and it was rubber band tracks, and I tried super gluing it, and probably didn't use epoxy back then, as I wasn't really comfortable with epoxy. So this time I just drilled a hole in the side where it goes, put a T-pin through there, cut it down, epoxied that thing in, drilled in the sprocket wheel, let it come out now. You know, it's just, I have different ways of dealing with stuff that I didn't 20 years ago. Good morning, Dave. And that's just experience. It's, you know, doing conversions, all the 15 millimeter experience that I've had that I didn't have before. You know, I'm older, I'm more patient, I have more tools. I've never used tweezers as much as I have the last 2 days in my life. I didn't have this Tamiya glue that with the tiny little brush. You know, there's just a lot of things that I have now that I didn't have before. It makes it so much easier. I wasn't building things on cardboard. I know that sounds stupid, but I think it's extremely useful. You don't damage your surface. Okay. Good times, man. Good times. I'm really looking forward to getting some of those PSC things. And I'm looking forward to doing some that nobody has a kit review on. So, that's the first thing I go is I look at them like, how has nobody done a kit opening or review on some of this stuff? You'll get one from me as soon as I get them. I just can't believe how expensive they are. And I don't know what the hell's going on with PSC, but I've never heard of a place that's so difficult to get their stuff. And it's like, well, we need to do more. It's almost like they're doing a 500 club of it, like GMT does with their games. Like, these are out of production, we need to make more. Like, okay, well, freaking make more. I don't know what the problem is. But that's the route I will go in the future, obviously, because although this is fun, this is time consuming. And you know what? I don't mind this because it's a good kit. I don't like those Eschi kits, which are wrong. You got to reference like real pictures to see where stuff is. Things are miscast. Machine guns don't look like what they're supposed to. They're just, Italians just need to stick to food. Yes, I'm judging a whole nation based on one manufacturer that of models. Yep, stopped myself. That's not around anymore. Oh man. All right, how do I get to that? Very carefully. Very carefully. Since you mentioned the Queen, Jeffrey, is it just me, or every time I hear King Charles, I think of somebody who's been beheaded? What's fair? Oh, about the Italian things? I got nothing against people from Italy. They make good food, olive oil, firearms. And that may be where it stops. I hear their shoes are okay. I don't know if they have any Italian shoes. Cars, I can't. The cars I can afford of theirs, I wouldn't want somebody to give them to me. They can't fix them in this country. Let's put it that way. Best thing for car problems is have a car that doesn't break down as much. So. Can't be good at everything. I mean, shit, we're not good at everything. Our cars ain't worth a damn. Won't see me driving a domestic vehicle. Which is a shame. It's a shame that the best vehicles in the world aren't American vehicles. And, you know, and British vehicles. I mean, you know, it's just a shame. Charles I, is he still considered a saint by the Anglican Church? Hard to tell as the Church of England has changed so much lately. I don't know. I don't know about Anglican Church doctrine. As someone who grew up Catholic, here's an interesting question. How different is the Church of England and Lutheranism? I think they're probably the same, right? Because both of them are basically Catholic with no Pope, which, you know, I don't give a shit about the Pope, you know, but I wonder how different those two are. Probably pretty much the same. But that's funny. Every time I see, you know, that King Charles, that's the first thing you go to. And that was only the first one that got beheaded, right? Because the second one didn't get beheaded. The second one had the silly hair. That was in that time period where everybody had the hair like Captain Hook. All I know is, and I haven't heard him speak much when he was, you know, Prince Charles. All I know is, as an outsider, nobody spoke the English language with an English accent as well as the Queen. No one. No one. No one is clear. For multiple reasons, and the main thing is that she speaks slowly. So that helps for those of us that aren't used to it. His speech isn't as clear, you know. But as my ancestors would say, if they were still alive, we liked the second Elizabeth a lot more than the first one. Oh, man. Yeah, my ancestors were dicks. Yeah, whatever. They didn't know how to spend money. Let's not forget that. If they knew how to spend money, they would have been masters of the whole world, maybe. We were shy at spending money. So who's on first here? Which is them? Okay, so these have the smaller little nibs, which must be these two, so on the front. So this guy, let's face him facing the correct way. This guy goes like that, and this one goes like this. It's all planning, folks. Gotta plan it, or you'll end up going down the wrong way. All right. Now let's hope that these things line up pretty close, and they're pretty close. They're pretty close. We could bend them enough to get them where they need to be. All right, let's do that. Charles III sounds odd. Okay, lots of Scots consider him Charles I, third of England, in the same way James VI of Scotland was James I of England. Yeah, I know. But the Holy Roman Emperor, I always considered him Charles V, even though he's Charles I of Spain. So, yeah. But I can see what you're going with it. I'm going to be honest with you. I talked about doing the Victorian stuff, and it wouldn't be necessarily Anglo-centric. I got to admit, I wouldn't mind painting some Highlanders. And doing the freaking kilts some justice. That is like, I'm to the point where I'm like, I want to be challenged. Like, I can freaking do that. But then I'm going to be like anal retentive about it. All right, let's find out, make sure we get the right pattern, because we don't want to put the wrong pattern on the kilts. Just because there's that many patterns, you might as well try to do things right if you can. I think it'd be pretty cool. Not that I think that that's probably the best thing you should be wearing to battle, but hey, it's kind of something unique. Wouldn't you want to see me play videos of making fake bagpipe sounds? Come on. I don't want to wake the girls up. Better simmer down. That's cool. That's pretty freaking cool. Fake bagpipe sounds. Yeah. That's what wargaming's all about. Making fun of shit. Oh, well, that's what I think it's about. They used to have a band here that played at Disney. They were contracted for many, 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 many years, and they got disbanded. They got disbanded. Or I don't know if they disbanded, but they don't do that anymore. A couple of years ago, and they were called Off Kilter. They played in They played in the Canadian Pavilion, and they were really awesome because they mixed the bagpipe stuff with like 80s songs, and they were freaking awesome. They were really, really good. And they wore kilts and combat boots, I think. Kilts and combat boots, along with something else. That was pretty cool. Though the crowns were united in 1603, they seem to use English numbering for monarchs. I feel like Anglicans are closer to Calvinist ideas of salvation, but I'm not positive. Yeah, I don't know. Now this guy's missing this, so we're just going to let this thing hang by itself. And we're going to, one of the panels that's going to be missing is going to be this one back here. I hear Calvinists and I think those guys aren't fun at parties. Oh, man. I'm going to leave that thing hanging. And that would be the whole reason they lost the support on the real tank. And maybe I'll find it. Maybe I'll find that piece. Because I made a freaking... I made a mess of things. I made a mess of things as a young adult. Things I would never do now. But, you know. That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. All right. Okay, it's telling me to put a big armor piece here at the front, okay? A big track piece at the front, and a small piece at the other one. So where are my track pieces that I cut off to the side? Okay. As Prince Charles, he was Colonel-in-Chief of the Gordon Highlanders, amalgamated in 1996 as part of the Regiment of Scotland. As the Force Scots still supports the Gordon Highlanders Museum. Well, the whole point in me playing Scots is so I can drink scotch while I play, which I've taken a liking to. Not that I drink that much, but it's a thinking drink. Helps you think. You can't drink it really fast. I mean, I guess you could, but what's the purpose? We're getting close to Transit Light 30. Here comes the sun. Okay, no singing. All right, I don't sing. I can drink enough to dance, but not to sing. It's using the tweezers to adjust things. That's the biggest change. That's the biggest improvement. I don't know if I want this here. It's covering up all this really cool detail that's there. F it, I'll do it. I'll do as I'm told. Yes, Mum. Nazi bastard tank. we're going to have to epoxy those two halves together because it doesn't want to stick for whatever reason. It's being incorrigible. All right. Yeah, I put everything together because I can reach anything I can see. If they had any brains, they would have molded this so that these were attached on the bottom because you're not likely to see the bottom if it's got any boogering up to do. But the top, it's right in your face. All right. Just get close, and then we can always use, heard this is a tip, you can use the back of your X-Acto blade, well maybe not for this, like they took turret line markings off. I don't want to get the freaking sandpaper out, that's just unnecessary. I have it. It just take too long to find it. I know where it is. Church of Scotland run by Presbyterians. Committees. I don't like the sound of committees. No bishops. Calvinist, almost Puritan. Anglican still have bishops closer to Catholicism, especially High Anglican Episcopalian. I want to go to a Greek Orthodox service. I've never been to one. I think it'd be cool. I love that art. Heck, you have a monastery not too far. I'm like, I wonder what goes on there. Maybe it's better not to know. No, I love the Orthodox art. I think it's awesome. I may not want it in my house, but it's cool to look at. When I was reading my Byzantine history, I had no idea about the whole iconoclasm and stuff like that. I'm like, iconoclast, why destroy all the icons and stuff? Oh, because they're doing that with them. Yeah, it's a bit too far. They took out a little bit too far, but I don't like minimalist stuff. So yeah, you can always take things too far. Okay, so this is gonna ride like that. Excellent. So it's this piece off the back that we're gonna take off for sure. Let's see what happens. Jeffrey didn't want me to have any of them on here, so you should be cool with it. For good measure, I'm gonna put a new one on here. Okay, we're gonna keep this one because that one's still good. Because we've only used it to cut plastic, unlike white metal that we usually do. And let's go down 2 just to make sure that we have enough. And it's almost time to order more of these. And normally I go to the store and pick them up, but you know what? I got to be careful about Amazoning stuff like this. You'll end up getting some cheap Chinese rip-off. And I did that one time. I ordered razors. I'm like, razors are really expensive. You're going to buy decent ones. They're really expensive. Like, let me order them off Amazon. And I forget which ones are the ones that I get. The sensors, I think, with like 5 blades or 4 blades, or at least 4 blades. And they were significantly less. And I got them, and they were exactly the same packaging. But the first time you used it, it was like they just pulled on you, like it was one that was already been used before, and they weren't. They were just shoddy workmanship. Okay, let's do a little bit of research. Okay, so we like doing that. It's called learning. The research we're going to do is let's look in the Bible of this stuff. Did I put it away? I did. Which was the Squadron Signal books back in the day. Look, here's one with no skirts on. And see if there's pictures of them missing some. Well, lots of these don't have any skirts on. We already have the J that has no skirts. Here's one missing in the middle. That's it? Wow. I will go my own way then. I thought the back one was the other one. No, it's this one. Okay, so we're going to take the back one off of here. Perfect. Let's use the back side just for yucks. Uh-huh. That's why I did it. I did it and it slipped on me. That's why we did the back side. And that way this one will look different than the Matchbox kit. Damn it. Which isn't a kit. Damn it again. I'm having fun with that. It's a model. It's not that either. It's a toy. They didn't make very many of them. They didn't make very many different ones. I should be able just to... Oh... Well, mother effer. The plate on the back doesn't line up with the plate on the front. Look at that. The line doesn't line up. Well, I'll be damned. Okay. That is odd. That is really weird. Yeah, and then modelers would be like, this shirt's too thick of scale. You need to make out of aluminum foil. Jesus, I just need, I'm not going to live forever. Actually, if I wanted to be really realistic, I'd cut every single piece out, even if I wanted to keep them, and glue them on there so that way they'd be all like off a little bit. Yeah, not going to live forever. But that'd be the way to do it. They're individually hanging. Let's see what this looks like. I'm having a blast doing this, just so you guys know, in case you haven't figured this out. Having you guys along for my journey. Yeah, because the front one doesn't have a hanger. I'm going to remove the one in the middle on the other side. I'm going to remove the one in the middle, like that one picture. Hey there, Wolfman, how are you? We're going to remove the middle one on the other side. You know why? Because I can. Oh, you should check on the community. I've got pictures of it. I'm not going to spoil the fun for you. Go check on the community tab. I'm not going to spoil the fun for you. I knew I was going to find it. I did not let it dissuade me. I'm not letting things dissuade me. I had an incident with the Mark IV-J that I didn't finish because the sprocket wheel wouldn't stay on. So I drove a freaking pin through it. I drilled through it and put a metal bar. Break down, mother. Break now. All right. So this side will have this one, and we will have a gap here, and that one will have a gap on the end. Excellent. Let's glue these things on. And you know what? I won't glue the top and the bottom of the hole together, and that way, if I do need to get behind it, I can paint it. All right. Having a freaking blast doing this. And you know what? It's costing me nothing. You like that, huh? You like what I found today? It's crazy. I even tilted the chair up and it didn't fall out. It was crazy. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I'm glad you guys are able to go on this journey with me, you know? I think it's really cool. You guys actually help immeasurably. So hopefully I'm doing the same by entertaining you along the way. This is gonna go right chia. You don't glue the turrets down. I don't either. Especially for this game. It's important. Not only is it important where the turret is facing, it's important how fast your turret can rotate. That stuff's important. So it makes all the vehicles different. Tweezers are your friend. I have tweezer discipline I didn't have before. And when this is done, this thing's done. I'm going to punt on the hatch. Now, if I do find this missing piece, I'll put it on there. I don't think I'm going to find it at this point. The missing support. Here comes the sun. It's going to bake me. Oh, I got a little bit of a fingerprint. Good. I'll be able to try that alcohol method. Not very noticeable. It's going to be so much damage on it anyways. Let's just not make it any worse. Okay. And we will put the hatch in here. Oh, we still have the MG34 to put on there. Waiting over here in the wings. See, now that thing's set enough. So now we can just drop her in there. Wolfman, I know you're very Anglo-centric. Not there's anything wrong with that. What's your favorite tank? What's your favorite Second World War tank? Maybe it's an Anglo-centric tank. My favorite tank for, I'm going to move this over a little bit so it can sit like that. Yeah. My favorite tank for the British, without a doubt, the Crusaders. I think they're sexy looking. They look awesome. Amazing how I've included shirts in their figures. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful. Townsend Crisis was similar. But Townsend Crisis, I played it, but I feel like the armor was very dumbed down. Yeah, Crank. Yeah. Face of Battle, you got it. Yep. The Valentine. You're a Russian. Panther? No, you can't pick Panther. Second is the Churchill. Okay. You always thought the Cromwell was handsome. I don't. But hey, you like what you like. Daimler Scout cars are beautiful. The Tog. Come on, Kevin, you're just trying to be. Nobody likes the Tog. The Matilda 2 is, classic, but it's almost not fair. Like I can't play the Matilda 2 in Armored Commander. I'd be unstoppable. They even stand a chance against an 88. The armor is just brutal. I think a Matilda would be a nightmare if you had to work on one. Those road wheels and getting behind all that shit, that would be a nightmare. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, I've run out of plastic German tanks. Good, I have enough of them. Nazi bastards. count so far. Got a 3M from Eschi, which is the best Eschi kit I have. It's not saying anything. And the Panzer IV H. And a J from Cruzini, which was a dog. Not necessarily a tank. Speaking of hand crank, that's the hand crank. That's the difference. And the muffler's a little bit different. And a Hasegawa Panzer IV F2 and a Panzer IV F1 from Hasegawa, and the Frankenpanzer from Eschi. Easily the worst kit. Hopefully there's no more. I said kit again. Damn it! I said it one more time. It's two more. Okay. I am going to take a bathroom break. I have to look at how Face of Battle handles armor again. I've never played it. The infantry rules are solid. I've never played the tanks. So I'm going to build a Mark IV and a Sherman, and I'm going to play a solo game with it. And no Boarhound fans. I don't know what that is. Just getting into historical gaming. Too many rules, options. Not used to that. You got to play whatever people in your area play. I will be right back in a moment. You hated the Matilda and Churchill Airfix kits. Too many road wheels. What if I told you I'm going to do the Churchill next? I wasn't going to, but I'm going to now. Excellent. Let's kick ass with it. Be right back. Okay. What size game? Interested command decision is excellent for battalion level. Not sure. My condo's only room for a small table, maybe like a card table. So I'm looking at various rules for different periods, see what options are. I was going to look at DBA for ancients, but seems like it's really declined, even in Florida, outside of Tony and his guys. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely affected me as far as it's not like I'm gonna give up playing it, but I'm not going to Historicon and run shit for them. You know, I have sacrificed the wrong word. I have held my hopes up too much, and it's just like, you know, how's that baseball movie played? And they build it and they will come. People ain't coming, and that's fine. I don't need to change the world. I'm not going to play Art de la Guerre just because everybody seems like they're playing Art de la Guerre, because I'll guarantee in 3 or 4 years they won't be playing Art de la Guerre. People are nomadic, and I'm going to do what I want to frickin' do. And if I feel like doing World War II shit, I'm going to do World War II shit. You know? And if I want to play rules that are real fiddly, I'm going to play rules that are real fiddly. And if nobody wants to play with them, well, then we'll just film them alone, and we'll have fun, and crazy shit will happen. So I'm not worried about it. This is Tony Mark III. Road wheel hell. You bloody tank, you will not have the best of me. I will see what the problem is here, and I think I've just put a stop to this because I am missing a set of tracks, and that's probably what kept me from doing it. So we are not going to work on this bastard until these tracks turn up. Okay, and I actually have a scenario book that has the Brits. I believe it was an Epsom book. It's not in here. We're not touching this bastard. Because I'm not going to do all this and then be a track short. We're not buying another model of these. Because first of all, it's 1/76 scale. I prefer 1/72. It's bigger. It's more, it looks more correct with the figures that I have. So let's put this thing away. We have lots of other things to work on. Look at that shadow. I'm going to get sunburnt in the back of my neck. I'm going to be a redneck after all. I may come across that track. It's a very unique looking track. If I do, we'll pull her back out and use her. Churchill's just have a brutal amount of armor. Brutal. It's GAD, Gamer Attention Span Deficiency Disorder. Tampa has like zero historical stuff. It's all Warhammer. Yep. I'm not playing science fiction. I'm just not going to do it. No. Biggest limiting factor for me is space. Since most games want like normal 6x4, I don't have room for that. Yeah. So most people don't care about anything not Warhammer. Well, see, let's do a little scenario, okay? Let's do a little scenario, and I'll tell you why I'm the way I am. Let's say I said, you know what? I want to play what people play, so that I have people to play with, right? So what would I do? Let's do Warhammer, right? Okay, so we do Warhammer. We spend a shitload of money. I spend a lot of time painting figures. That is not a period that I really like, that I'm going to have problems with the way the rules are constructed. And I go and play with other people who don't shower, are dicks, don't paint their figures, and are basically adult children with long fingernails. And and I can deal with all that, right? Let's say I can deal with all that stuff. And in 2 years, Game Workshop says, nah, we're not supporting this game anymore. You now have to play this version of the rules. So I'm like, no. They've already pissed me off, and I haven't even started playing the game. So, F them. Let somebody else play Warhammer. You know, somebody else play Warhammer. I'm in the mode now, especially the last time I played DBA. I am now in the mode that I want to play whatever I want to play, and if the rules don't make sense, I'm gonna fucking change them, because there's just a lot of things that don't make sense anymore. The world doesn't make sense the way it is these days, so I certainly don't mount my war games to be the same way. So that's not me being negative. It's actually me being positive in what makes things better. There's just too much chaos in everything. Outside of Panzer Corps and 6 also work well. Well, outside of World War II, I don't like skirmishy stuff. Like for Naps or Ancients, I'd still want something like a battle with multiple figures. I've heard really good things about what's the game the two Argentinian guys did. Clash of Spears. And it's probably a great game, but skirmishing with Roman legionnaires just doesn't seem right. I'd be okay if it was like medieval, but I'm not doing 28s. I'm just not going to do 28s. If I had to do another scale, I would do skirmish in 15s, because there's a lot of 15 varieties now. There weren't before, but I got so many 20s, that isn't going to be the case. What all-cost gamers will kill the gaming scene for me. Yep. I don't want to play another tournament game, and I haven't had bad experiences playing tournaments in DBA. Don't get me wrong. I've had nothing but good experiences, basically. Oh, we can just kill this. Yeah. It's not competitive gamers so much as people that only want to play the game one way. If you've watched any of the scenarios that Mitch and I do, we play with weird stuff. We play with things that are a disadvantage, and they're a lot more fun, and just play both sides. I'm more scenario driven, I think, from now on. Yeah. Tomb Kings. FLGS are just awful places to be in my area. I don't like most gamers. You know what I'm talking about. I don't like most gamers. I don't like most people. There's no more squats. Too many people are dishonorable. You know, what is this? This is crap parts from the Eschi kit. Okay, well, there you go. Did we have any spare parts in this thing, by the way? Before I put her away, we pretty much used everything. Well, we're going to keep these spare armor things. We're going to keep the instructions. We'll put this in the box here. All right. So who's next? This kit is mostly new. And I don't know how the hell I got this. But there's a conversion kit for it too. And I believe this is patent staff car. It's got resin parts and shit like that. And it's all being a company in France. They do a lot of conversion parts on it. This is like, and of course, it only has one tire. Like, why does it only have one tire? And no instructions. So before I get bogged down in it, let's build one of these right out of the instructions. And then if it's awesome, and it might be, I could always buy one that this conversion will work on. Okay, this is Eschi. Oh my God, I'm gonna build an Eschi kit. Yep, I'm gonna hate life, probably. The Fujimi one was just as bad. The Fujimi one was actually worse. It had a lot of misshapen things. This is a 3/4 ton weapons carrier. So this could be something that could pull like a 37mm anti-tank gun for the in North Africa. I'd like to do stuff in North Africa and torch and stuff, only because, you know, Kasserine Pass, you get Americans with yellow stars and it looks kind of cool. Unlike the early German stuff, where they have white crosses like the Swiss are on the attack. It's just freaking weird. I may not have done much of this. I may not have built much of this kit. Damn it! Another one. I was watching somebody's review and they said the K word like time after time after time, and then I started saying it too, and it's just weird. It's just not a word I use. I did build some of it, but very little. Okay. Right, B20. That's the hood. Okay, B20's on there. Got it. 43 is... Okay, that goes in. I did one side and just gave up. Why did I give up? Such a quitter. Such a quitter in the last century. Oh, it didn't fit well? Maybe that's why. Well, I'm not going to quit. I don't care if it looks like crap. That's the fault of the model. That's a shoddy fit. Shoddy fit. Maybe the front of it is angled that much, and that's what I didn't take into effect. Let's look at the front of it. Doesn't look like it. look like it. Let's take a look at. Yeah, front's weird. We're gonna move forward with it. Like I said, it's either that or you throw it away. Which way do you want it? These instructions are just horrible. They're just horrible. Okay, here is the console on the front of the vehicle, on the inside of the driver's position. Got little dials and stuff. Ooh, cute little jerry cans. It's got some decent detail on it. But, you know, Plastic Soldier Company makes trucks, so if I need American trucks, you just freaking buy those. I want to get this olive drab down. Honestly, the part that scares me of the vehicles isn't the weathering. It's the trying to highlight that it's making the details on them pop so they don't all look too realistic. All right, we will not tolerate you coming up like that. All right, let's get tweezers. Weird working with this many shadows. That fits inside perfect. I think this is the right tack that I've done. Let's fix everything. Let's fix everything so it's fixed. And then we can go about painting things. My store does not stock Warhammer. Sorry, I was listening away from the video. I'm thinking about going back to Battletech. I will never play Battletech again with miniatures because the computer game's so good. It's just, I don't have time for everything. Is this ever going to be closed? Nah, I'm always going to have this thing up. So let's just go ahead and just glue it into place. Does it sit all the way down? It does. Let's just glue that into place. And there's nothing wrong with Battletech, but the computer game is great. I mean, it's really, 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 really well done. Like, really well done. And one of the reasons is, I understand one of the people that works on the game is one of the designers of the original game. It played, like, I fired it up. I'd heard lots of good things about it. I fired it up. I already knew how to play. Heat is handled great. A couple of the maps get repetitive after a while, but, you know. People were playing that here, yeah. See what the people are like first. And, you know, I say I don't like gamers. I like all the people I play with. It's not a people. It just depends which people. You know, I have no tolerance for people that are dishonorable. And that's in real life and non-game dealings. I just don't deal with liars and cheats. So if you're going to an environment where it's full of liars and cheats, you know, I'm not really interested, you know. Battletech via Megamech is good. You can also play AI in a Lance versus Lance game. It only takes 20 minutes. Like Mech Commander, I just wish there was a way to play Battle Force and Battle Space on computer. Yeah, well, computer games, I like every game that I've played that is a board game that has been ported to a computer. I don't have a problem with the board game aspect. I just think that, you know, you're able to save things. Like, you know, you have other things that we have to do during, you know, in your life, and you need to be able to save it where you left off. And you can't always do that with a face-to-face real game, you know. So, whoop. Let's get close. So I have nothing against board. One of you guys recommended the Wings of War or Wings of Glory game on computer, and I love that. And it was challenging. And now I'm waiting for more stuff to come out for it. And it was well worth $5 or wherever it was. The only gripe I have about Armored Commander is when they do a patch, I can't play the old tank. I got to start a new one. But that's okay. The author seems to be really responsive, and he checked out my gameplay video. So hey, that's awesome. You know, and I'm not trying to. You know, I know some authors are like, oh man, they probably get a lot of shit all the time from people. They don't want to listen to folks anymore. Probably, you know, I get it. You get the wrong people saying stuff, but it's his game. He can make it however you want. I would just like it to be more realistic if I encounter something that's an issue. It doesn't seem right. Yeah, this was kind of finicky, and I probably gave up on it. But like I said, I don't really want to throw these away. So seeing how that's the alternative, I have no choice but to make this work. Battletech players tend to be prickly pears in my experience. I'm a World of Tank guy on computer. I haven't played it in a while, but I prefer that kind of stuff on a console. It's just so much easier. I feel like everybody's on a more even playing field. I get it if you don't have a console, but I prefer the console than to the computer. Everybody has the same hardware. I did play it quite a bit on the computer. There's some maps I never want to play ever again. I never want to play whatever that city map is that you start early on. It just gets old. It gets old. It has a German name, whatever it is. The one with the overlooking hill. I hate that map. Dusseldorf. It's not Dusseldorf, but it's something. Heinken, something or another. I know how to pronounce it. I just don't remember what it's called. I haven't played it in about a year. The fact there's no historical here means I can pretty much do what I want, which is good, but not being used to tons of rules makes it more confusing. Well, if you're going to paint miniatures, I think the most important thing is what scale do you want to do. Because as not being a 28 millimeter player, I'll never paint 28 mils for multiple reasons. The biggest one being that they take too long to paint. I'm going to automatically not play in that scale. And then what kind of stuff do you want to see happen? Do you want to see, you know, I always think when I'm playing World War II, I want to play games that it matters where the grenade lands. That you're rolling to see for where the grenade that you threw lands. When you start looking at it through that lens, that's what I want to simulate. If it just gets abstracted out, I'm not interested. Because I want to see basically a movie. You know, yeah, I understand. I can't play with a whole company or at one time. That's fine. I want movie moments that incorporate the particular location of a grenade landing and who gets blown up by it. And sometimes it's not who you want it to be. You find 28mm sculpts to be weirdly exaggerated. The poses look goofy and the proportions seem off. Sometimes. I used to think that way, but there's so many manufacturers now that they actually make some decent products. I don't come from Warhammer, so there's no appeal to that for me. Okay, where is the front plate for this thing? Here she is. I see what the problem is. It is supposed to be a gap there because this isn't the true front of the vehicle. Nice. This may be. Let me not talk about it both sides of my mouth here. Let's be careful. I was gonna say this may be the first vehicle I paint because I have decals for it, and it's olive drab. I really want to try my hand at olive drab. And that's not true because I've painted a couple vehicles and I was happy with how they turned out. You guys have seen those, right? My 2 Russian vehicles, actually 3 Russian vehicles. I'm not going to show them to you right now because the lighting just is horrendous right now. I'm trying to get that piece underneath the other one. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to fit underneath here. Okay, what if I do it the other way? What if we set it in there first, then pop this piece in? Actually, the girls are awake. I need to check on them. I'll be right back. Okay. Da. How about when you shoot and miss, where does the bullet go? Not so much that thing, but how about HE? HE's going to land somewhere. HE's going to land somewhere. 28 millimeter seems really just like it's too big. That's the biggest thing. Most people I know want to do battles in 28 millimeter. You need a huge table. You're doing like platoon stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I simply won't do it because it takes too long to paint them. You know, if I spend X amount of time painting these guys in 20 or 15s, I'm going to spend 3 times in 28s, and I would like to get other things on the table. I'm just not going to cut corners. Well, here's a dilemma, and of course I was working on this before from the previous one. I need to, now we know to look under the chair though. Not really under the chair, under the arms, I should say. That last little finder's thing from yesterday. Let's trim some of this down gently and see if it doesn't take too much prodding to get it in there. And we lost some. There we go. What if people want to do 28s, you know? If I had encountered people playing DBA in 28s, I probably wouldn't have played it. I probably would have never played DBA. Okay, that's pretty close. I think we can... Oh, wait. Did we just put it where it needed to go? Yeah. And that's the thing I love about this glue. You can always put it into place. Put it in, and you're good to go. Okay. We have piece 55. And its cousin, 56 on the other side. Okay. I don't know why it matters which one's on what side, but I'm gonna do as I'm told. Okay, which one is 55? 55 is the one that's here. So that one goes along, goes on that side of the vehicle. 56 goes on this side of the vehicle. It is not a quad track. It is a 3/4 ton truck. Let's show you what it looks like. Let's show you what it looks like. It's like a big Jeep. It's like a big Jeep. Skylab, welcome. You generally play 28 millimeter because I have friends who like that scale, but my preference has always been 15 and 6 occasionally. Yep. Yeah, I have no problem playing 28s. I just don't want to create 28 millimeter stuff. Really? I was careful and that thing still snapped off. Oh, screw you, brittle Italian kit. Well, I'm still sticking you on there. The only thing I can't solve is like tracks, if the whole track is missing. I can't do anything with that. No, don't tell me I should have not moved this forward. Jeez, they got all these steps that need to be in a certain order, but they don't tell you they're in a certain order. Well, I can flex that enough to get them in there. All right, so we got this one that's in here. Let's make sure this doesn't go a-flying. Shoddy, shoddy, shoddy. The hole ain't big enough. Let's not drop this on the ground. And then this one's missing a prong. But it's all the way up against this, so we should be able to fit it on there without too much trouble. I really need some rubber tipped ones. Okay, that'll work. What's over here? 54? That's like the horn. It's the part that goes, auga. 54 is... Well, that doesn't look like that piece at all. This old plastic is just too brittle. It's way too brittle. Oh man, I forgot to wash all my parts first. Ain't nobody got time for that. Running away, eh? Man, that Revell kit was a blessing compared to this abortion. So if you guys ever have any Eschi kits, or you look some online and think, hey, that might be something good to get, do not get them. I'm building this only because I already have it. Do not buy these pieces of shit. Won't even fit in the hole. Like, what's the problem? There's a little dent there. It's a tiny little prod. I don't think it needs to have a bigger one. I'm exhausted just from putting on one piece in there. article from Wargamers Digest for turning me on 15mm benefits. Had a couple of those in the M6 37mm AT Porte. Yeah. Smaller scale is definitely better when you're using vehicles. Yeah. Just depends on what his focus is around. If it focuses all around vehicles, I wouldn't do 20mm. It's too, you know, I'd probably do 15s. But 15s weren't available back when. It's wanting me to build suspension, not suspension parts, but other shit. Okay, we can move that out of the way. No, there's the front of the little truck. Beep beep. Right, we have a bunch of sub-assemblies here. So let's start off with this one down here. Let's find that piece. This looks to be it. Now, some of these things are from the 70s, so that's probably why they're so shitty. This one has 3 little prongs, has the thing sticking out, so it's this way. Got it. That piece right there. All right, we're looking for piece 122. Piece 122 is this one right here, and this has got, it's brittle and it's gonna break written all over it. So let's see what we can do about that. Let's pop it off using this. Ooh, still made it flex. Whew. Lucked out. 114C, which is right over here, and it is a shovel. I'm going to cut nowhere near it. So I can remove it in other ways. Okay, and here. All right. We got to be really careful with this. Let's move this out of the way. What else do we have here? Oh, and the hatchet too? Oh. Screw you and your hatchet too. See if we can get away with doing this. This thing is really sharp, so maybe I can. Well, there's a happy sound. Not. Now, and of course, who knows where it went? No, I'm going to move on. It'll turn up eventually. I'm not going to stop looking for that. No, so worried about it breaking that it went a-flying instead. I'm not even going to attempt to look for it. If that other thing was so difficult to look, I'm not going to attempt to look for it, but I look for it. And that one I find. But the gun barrel was, you know, hid for two days. For 2 hours. Not 2 days, 2 hours. There we go. Crazy. Yeah, these are extremely brittle. Extremely so. Okay, so we got that. This piece Same thing. Let's trim that off. Trim that off, okay? And the shovel now. By the way, I do well with the Tog and roll the tanks. You know which vehicle I love? I love the AMX 40, that duck looking thing. He's just like, bo, 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 bo. And I like the A20. I love the Hellcat. The Hellcat's fun. I like playing the ones with no armor. Because I like the snipe. I don't like the let's all rumble to somewhere in a, I don't play with any volume on. I don't want to listen to other people talk. All right, let's clip this off. I think I have enough support on this. I should be able to, okay. And now we will gently try to saw this. I gotta be careful that this doesn't fly, but at the same time, I don't want to add any pressure to it. I don't want to put the pressure on this to cut it, because it'll break this thing in two. Okay. Another detail that could have been molded on. Tog has a good sniping gun. 17-pounder. That one of those tanks you gotta buy. I know several plastic tank modelers who have switched to 1/72nd scales since the outrageous price increase for 1/35th scale. There's an outrageous price increase on everything. And it's stupid. It happened overnight for no reason whatsoever. For no good reason whatsoever. Okay, this one goes down here. I just don't see any point in throwing all this shit away. I mean, I may end up having to throw the Churchill away if I don't have tracks. Is this not centered? It may not be centered. And there's more to one side than the other. And we need to put it that way. And the instructions did not make that clear. That's exactly what it is, you silly Italian. I have nothing against Italians or Italian stuff. Well, I'm afraid of going to Italy and the Italian drivers, to be honest with you. But lots of places have bad drivers. And these tools are all on top of each other. Again, it doesn't say you need to put the hatchet in first. No big deal. Where's the... All right. What a piece of shit. Oh, and I still got my finger on it? Come on, man. Where's the... Wait for that to harden. Scrape that off. I don't know how much more careful I could be. All right, that's done. eBay. What was eBay in reference to? I used to use eBay a lot. And I've only had maybe one experience on eBay that's been a problem. Here he is. Oh, looks like I already started gluing that down. 2 seats. And the shifting handle's broken. Oh well. Shit happens. Alright, we have a steering wheel with a... What's this? That's the back plate. Is that the back plate that we're missing from the Panzer III? I think it is. I think I just found the back plate from the Panzer III. See? See? Keep going forward. Don't give up. Keep going forward. Yep. Hallelujah. All right, let's go get the instructions. We don't want to build it wrong. I bet I'll find that mantlet for that Sherman that I'm missing. Where are the instructions for Panzer? Nope. That's the Frankenpanzer. The 3J. Here's the 3. Look at those arrows. It looks like spaghetti. Yeah. It's a mess. eBay instead of throwing away. No, because I can't think of worse things than going to the post office. I would throw something away before I would try to sell it on eBay. I'm not going to the post office. I hate going to the post office. These are towards the top. So it's like this. I'm not going to the post office. No, their hours suck. Everybody's grumpy there. I can only do it during my holy hour, which is lunchtime on a work day. And I work in a small town where the post office should be easy in and out, and they're just... I don't want to know that there's people that stupid in the world. Be reminded constantly of it. I'll go in there and I'm like in a hurry and I'm like, this is all I need, and it's, like priority mail, already used the packaging, I got everything ready, right? I don't want to hold anybody else up. And they still go, do you want this? Do you want stamps? Do you want... And I'm speaking a lot faster. It's like, I don't want to deal with the postal people. I do not want to deal with the postal people. So I don't have a problem with eBay. I'm not going to the post office. A shoddy fit. Go figure. It is Eshy. Okay. And that was during the pandemic when everybody's got to wait in a line 400 feet away from each other and going out the door and no thanks. 57. But that's what happens if there's no competition. Anything that there's no competition in is bad. Everything. It just breeds, I don't give a shitness, and you can't do anything to me because I can't be fired, and it just promotes people to not be the best they can be. Monopoly's bad, no matter what they are. Steering wheel, and the rod for the steering wheel is there. And there's no hole drilled for it. I'm going to drill a hole for it. If there's no competition, prices don't go down. That's right. That's right. Why is there one utility company? Like, who the hell? I mean, isn't that what freaking the government's supposed to do? Antitrust. You got one job to do. Make sure that everything's fair. You know what? The other reason why prices don't go down? When everybody's in cahoots. When there's supposed competition, but everybody's in cahoots with each other. And that probably happens a lot more than we think it does. And that's just a shame. A lot of dishonorable shit that goes on in the world. I don't care if the guy can't fit in there right. You better lose some weight on your thighs, dude. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Yep. It's easy to know what you mean when I agree with you. I know exactly where you're coming from. Okay, those two pieces done. Now it wants me to build freaking transmission parts. What the F? All right. We're not going to do it. We're going to build the undercarriage first. Honestly, I don't mind doing this. What's annoying is that the pieces are so brittle and they're about to break at any moment. Or look, I put this piece on there. Made in Italy. I wouldn't brag about that. And that the instructions are bad. There's probably only one set of electrical infrastructure. Yeah, I don't like it. Feels dirty. Feels dirty. Oh, did I put this in the wrong way? 180 degrees the wrong way? This bends like this. And it goes to the top. And so it's like this piece needs to be on the other side. Well, it's not critical. Is it worth even messing with? Let's see if we can get it to budge. If not, we're not worried about it. We're going to give it an old British try. English. Is it English try? Is it only the English that try? The other people don't? Do the Welsh even try? Yeah, it's welded. We're good. Whoop-de-doo. It is what it is. My slot car people have discovered the old blue plastic is brittle. So what's the thing with slot car racing? You can't just gun it the whole time, right? You have to slow down for the corners or they'll fly off the track. Is that what the thing is? Because it on the surface it looks like, why would somebody do that? But maybe you have to slow down for the, it's a matter of how much you want to push it to the limit, huh? I suspect that's what the case is. I actually need to check on one thing. I'll be right back. Well, I thought breakfast was ready. It's not quite. Look, car people. Correct. They put magnets on the bottom of these days to help keep the car on the track. Yeah, I had one of those sets when I was a kid. Well, obviously not to that same level. Forget who made it. We'll say it was made by Tyco. And I remember it was probably if I had it, it'd probably be worth a lot of money now. But it was one of those things that, stuff just didn't work well in the 70s. And it was a Spider-Man car. And it was a van. It's like some make-believe sports car that had Spider-Man all over it. And it was a van that was, I can't remember if it was, it must have been a black van that it said the villain. Like it wouldn't tell you who it was. And it was a slot car track by Tyco. And obviously it was, for kids, so it wasn't very big. And it had that's all you could do is grip it. And I'm like, what's the point? You just hold it all the way down. And then, the problem is it's going so fast. And there's that many turns that there's not really any time to, I don't know. I couldn't process it at the time. But I remember having one, but obviously you're talking about professional level stuff like, that. Do you get to give your car a nickname or a fake driver name or the creative stuff you can do it? This is a freaking disaster of stuff. Okay, so we're going to start here in this corner. This is piece 16. Just on a fluke. Did this loosen this up by any chance? It probably shouldn't. It should have welded it all so like it's one piece. No. Okay, we're going to move on. Okay, that's not it. Here we go. Oh shit, I'm missing a suspension piece. It's already clipped off. Well, we can build it with missing a suspension piece because I did that with the Opel Blitz. It was already put together. Let's see which one we want to miss. Do we want to miss one from the front or one from the back? Let's miss one of the front ones. I'm always wondering, like, what stopped me from building this, and that might have been it. Yeah, 1, 2. There's only 3. Oh, this is the piece. Maybe that's the piece to 23L. This is the other piece. And when did I put that other one? I don't know. Boy, I started things in the wrong order. At least I didn't use like really nasty glue that's you couldn't work with. Okay, so 23L goes like this here. That must be the fuel tank. Suitcase size fuel tank. Spent a lot of time at home this weekend. That's good. You know what I call that? It's called enjoying the mortgage. You got to pay for the mortgage anyway, so you might as well be here to partake in it. Okay. Actually, the HO scale, the HO scale is what's big today, especially AFX T-jets. They are modified into something called a fray car. That's what mine were. That's what mine were. I haven't watched a guy that does the Hot Wheels racing in a long time. I haven't been watching other people's stuff a lot lately. 16 was this one. Okay, so we'll skip 16. 14 is the one over there. I hope it doesn't affect putting something on there. I bet it will. I'm not going to let it kick my ass. I really don't want to throw this little guy away. I don't know how useful this vehicle is, but I really don't want to throw it away. Okay. It's got two little. I guess it's the same either way. Ah, I see. It's kind of the same either way. That model has a lot of parts for something so small. You betcha. You're not kidding, man. It's out of control. It's out of control. Okay, and it faces this way. Got it. I wonder how many kids got frustrated getting this. Maybe somebody like, hey, I want a military vehicle. No, son, you can't have anything with guns on it. We'll get you this truck instead. And like, damn you, mother. I couldn't do, when I was a kid, I couldn't do dress up shit with monsters. I couldn't watch horror movies and stuff like that. But war shit, oh, I could watch all of it. It wasn't a problem. I'm basically a pacifist. Ooh, this one's different, but it's shown to be the same. It's got two little things on one side and only one on the other. Oh, be right back. About 5 minutes or so. Okay. So it was a little bit longer than I planned, and shit, I didn't get any coffee. Well, I still got soda down there. Actually, this guy is that model's a lot of okay. I used to stay up every late flight Friday night to watch the horror movie show like Elvira. Okay, horror stuff I can count that I've seen ever. Not a whole lot. It's about the same length as my black and white movie stuff. And it depends what you consider horror. Like, the first horror thing I saw when I was like 11 or 12 or 13 years old, something like that. So it came out in 1980 or 79 or 78. And I didn't see it in a theater. I saw it with some other kids that was Halloween, the first Halloween. And that scene with the freaking knife, I don't know. I don't know if it's accurate. All I remember is some guy getting stabbed with a knife and stuck to a door. And yeah. I probably saw it now, but if I see that now, I'll be like, bullshit, you know. Let me kill this light that's over here. Just burning 12 watts or 8 watts or whatever the heck it is. Not very much. But doesn't need to burn it if you don't need it. Depends what you consider what horror is. This has... But this doesn't even look like the same piece. Either this goes to the front or this one goes to the back. Let's grab this with this. What else did I see horror-wise? Not very much. Where the hell? Doesn't even fit. One part goes there, and then the other part goes there. But this piece like doesn't even, this has like 2 dots on one end and not 1 dot on the other. Is the other piece that's next to it like that? Yeah. The movie that scared the crap out of me was Frogs. I never even heard of Frogs. I really like Frogs. Should I not watch it? I really like Frogs. They're awesome. Let me rephrase that. The frogs and toads that we have around here are awesome and cute. And they eat bugs. What's not to like? But there are frogs I've seen that are not so cute. I've seen toads not so cute. But the ones here are pretty cool. Oh, this fits here? It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit lengthwise. Is this thing going in the garbage can? We're going to have to garbage can this one. If they want one piece going here, all right, let's think about this for a second. What is this? Here's the decals. I don't know how the hell. You sure this is not going to be able to attach? It's almost the same size. It's smaller. It doesn't fit between that notch and that notch over there. It's not going to work. The other one's B17. Which is this one. It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit between there and there. It's too short of a distance. Okay, we're not messing with you no more. Not throwing you away yet, but we're not going to fight with you no more. Scream. I've seen Scream. I've seen maybe 2 of them. A long time ago. Know What You Did Last Summer. What else? The Omen. I guess The Omen's a horror movie. Misery. I saw Misery twice in the movie theater. I don't really consider that a horror movie. I would consider a horror movie one that, like, you have trouble sleeping afterwards. I don't have a problem sleeping after Misery. Anything that you can, like, any kind of problem in a horror movie that can be solved by a firearm is not a horror movie, okay? A horror movie is something like, all right, whatever that creature is, oh, and this bit got bent too. I don't know where that suspension piece is, but without finding it, and those that don't fit, I'm sorry, you seem to be going down the wrong path for completion. Maybe I will use this for the conversion kit for the Albi kit. We're not gonna mess with that right now. I'm gonna take that Albi kit and put it right in there with it. I just say kit twice. Golly. Okay. What else? That's horror. The Village. I wouldn't know if they call that horror. Although I knew it was gonna happen because somebody told me what the movie was about before I saw it, which is, had they not told me about it, I would have really freaked me out. Oh man. But that's empty. Okay, here is the Hanamag by Matchbox, which we are waiting for a track. If I don't find it, I'm not going to build it. So we're going to keep moving. That is a very unique looking track. Okay. What the hell is this? This is pieces, parts of different shit. I want something positive to happen. Let's build this Panzer One. You think many movies they call horror just gore flicks? Sure, like Saw. I've seen all the Saw movies. I wouldn't call them horror movies. I had no trouble sleeping at night after seeing any of them. I don't want to see horror movies. I don't want to watch stuff that I can't sleep at night. Another Eschi kit. Oh, man. Separate link track. Guess who's not scared? Bring it on. Oh, but it's Eschi's separate link track. Oh my God. Here again. I've seen all the Saw movies. I watched the first Hostel. I didn't mind the Saw movies because the first one's excellent. The first Saw is an excellent movie. Excellent movie. There's a couple startle moments I didn't appreciate. I don't like being startled. What else have I seen as horror? Not much. I really don't watch them. I had heard good things about An American Horror Story and started watching the first episode and said, nope. Nope, we do not want. We do not want to see where this is going. This is going to put bullshit ideas in my head. But anyways, I don't mind. It's not horror if it's something you can kill with firearms. But anything you pour fire on it and it gets more powerful, that's not good. That's not a good day. So I don't like watching demonic shit. I really don't like the idea of movies that have a pretty girl in it, that something happens to her just because she's pretty. I don't like it. It doesn't sit well with me. I attributed that to the guy who is the director that couldn't get laid ever. So it's like his payback. I just think it's very weird and disturbing. I don't like it. It doesn't sit well with me. Couldn't get laid with a pretty girl in high school, so he's got to kill them all the movies. I don't like it. I don't like it. Doesn't sit well with me. The Shining, there was a disappointment. Definitely wouldn't call that a horror movie. I didn't see that until like 2 years ago. Just never got around to seeing it. What's the big hubbub about it? What a letdown. That movie sucked on every level. I don't know that I've seen anything more than that. I mean, certainly there's probably 2 or 3 I can't think of right now, but it's just not a venue that I'm really interested in. I lived alone too many years that I don't want to see shit like that. It puts ideas in your head, supernatural stuff that I don't really believe in, and I don't want some movie to make me start believing in it. You know? Are zombies horror? I wouldn't think so. I think zombies are zombies. Okay, hey, look at this little guy. Oh, they want me to put a rod through here? Why? I'm not going to want the wheels to spin. No, it's a Panzer I. It is a Panzer I. And I don't know why the F I got a Panzer I, but I have a Panzer I, and the instructions on this thing better be better than the other one, or we're not going to build it. Okay, this is this one. This part that's sticking out is over here. Okay, got it. This goes like this. Okay, not too bent out of shape. Okay, let's go ahead and start there. No, we don't need any more Panzer IVs. Jesus, no more. Now, well, I don't know. That's not that bad of not bad at odds. When the first one that was a no-go was well, the Churchill remains to be seen, and a 3/4 ton truck is definitely a no-go. That suspension piece doesn't even fit, and I'm missing one of them. I'm not going to go there, you know. Of all the things, it's probably the least useful. It doesn't show up in any scenarios. I don't know why. Maybe we can read up about the Albee kit and we'll use it as the Albee, because I've got all the wheels and stuff for it, so. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I'll build that staff car with it or whatever. I just don't want to do that online. Well, who knows how long that's going to take. Figuring out that soup sandwich. And we're missing a piece here at the top. Looks like it broke off. But I can't say this has been unsuccessful because, with the exception of those two, everything else has been a real big win. And empowering, too. I'm just wondering how shitty this separate link track is going to be. Because this isn't Revell. That Revell kit was awesome. I had a Panzer 3L as well that I sold several years ago. And now I wish I hadn't sold it. I sold it because it wasn't touched. You know, you can't sell half of a built kit. Nobody's going to buy that. Okay, so we need to do piece 15. Piece 15, but it's this one. No piece numbers are listed on here. Or they are, but they're almost melted. How did this company even stay in business? That's the bright piece. It looks like it's got the right things for it. How did Eschi stay in business? How many drugs were people doing in the 70s so they didn't put up with this? I don't want the answer. I don't want the answer to that question. All of them. You know, Panzer 1 had schürzen. Why would this have schürzen? There's no schürzen. I'm just doing this for shirts and giggles. No shirts in here. No. Panzer II's never had shirts in. Just Panzer III's, Panzer IV's. Panthers had very small ones. That's it. I can think of. Main battle tanks anyways. This goes towards the top. No, just this one, and this. We did enough shirts, and actually now I'm not scared of it. Cured. Aha, bastard. It's been really empowering. I'll tell you what, though, that separate link track, I kicked that shit out of the park. I kicked that shit out of the park. I may actually do a clip of my video and put it as a how to do separate link track thing. I'll see if I can figure out how to do that. Because that might keep somebody from going, oh, screw this. You know? And that's good. If I believed in mission statements, and I don't, if I believed them, that would be my mission statement. Keep people, watch my shit, I encounter problems, and I show you a way, hopefully, to overcome them when they do happen. Unless it's just, it's totally broken, you know? You like the Panzer 38, good scout tank and rule the tanks. Yeah. I don't know that I don't know that I like any of the German tanks. It just seems like well, here's the thing with the German tanks, and the one I've played the most, I played the Hetzer a lot. I like the Hetzer. But one of the things that isn't taking effect in the World of Tanks is how many crew members things have. So a Czech 38 doesn't have a 3-man turret. It's got a 2-man turret. I'm pretty sure. It's not a 5 guys in the tank thing. What I got this fluff, like plastic fluff, all over me. Yeah, so that I don't think that's represented in the game. So what number is this supposedly? 15? How the hell am I supposed to know what number that is? Is there a cross-reference where I can see what piece is 15? Yes. All right. And it is the piece that is next to 17, which I already installed. Here. Which means 15 is this bastard right there. That's the rod that they want you to put. I don't know why they want you to put it there. Does it have a rod running on the outside? I bet that's what it is. No, well, there's a design flaw. $15. Now, it's in a position, hopefully we don't snap it from this being old. Let's put the stress out here. Okay, so far so good. But once I get these things built, I won't feel so bad about, getting something else. Tellur's on issue now. Built the Panzer Befleswagen version of that tank so fiddly, especially the tracks, that I didn't build the 2 normal Panzer ones also had. Yeah, I like the Char one. The TC was also the loader and the gunner of the turret gun. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's not affected in World of Tanks. And that's the big advantage the Panzer III had over its contemporaries. Because the Panzer III had a 3-man turret. And fighting a Char B, which is awesome. If you're playing something like Micro Armor, it's awesome as far as stats, like a ton of damage, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. Now, it's interesting because this tells you to put this rod here, but it doesn't fit. And it's sealed off. So I'm not going to put it in there. These people were morons. These people that built these kits or designed these kits were morons. They must have been the same ones that designed that little tankette that the Ethiopians flipped upside down and they bake in the sun. L333 Technical Division. Okay, this is all of the separate link tracks. We can do that at a later date. We got suspension shit to do. We're going to skip that and do the stuff on the hull. Okay. Okay, we got a hull plate, which is here. Okay. How are we going to do this? Let's get the nips. The nips that we never had. I didn't buy these until maybe a year ago. I didn't think they were that necessary, but you're dealing with something that's this old and this brittle. It definitely don't want any issues. See, none of these two are supported. And that's not supported all the way. So let's just get close. Let's just get close. Ting. So the German tanks, I play the Martyr quite a bit. Jagdpant, the Hetzer. Is it the Panzerjäger one? Is the Panzerjäger one in there? I can't remember if it is or not. Maybe it's not. The Martyr's in there. I think I finally got the Panther. It took grinding galore to get the Panther. And you know, I don't think the game's very. I think the Panther's an excellent vehicle. Its biggest problem is something that wouldn't be shown in the game, which is its transmission. So what you do with these model kits, you mod them into one of the rarer versions. Okay. Befles Panzerwagen. Those things are ugly. They made a kit of one. Eschi made a kit of one of them. Okay, the rear plate. It's got to be this one. Befles Panzerwagen. I want to say I've got a Befles Panzerwagen in one of them from MMS. It is a Panzer III hull, I'm pretty sure. A little bit of flash here. I'm going to use the back side of this X-Acto knife. I don't need to put that much pressure on it. That way I don't have to. Do such a hard trim on there. I'm glad these things aren't really cheap anymore because I wouldn't want to buy any of them. They're just not good. They're not worth my time. I mean, it's fun, but not when there's so much misinformation on them. Okay, this goes here. Okay, want to know the crazy part? I can't wait to get back to the separate link track. That's the part I'm looking forward on this. Sadist. Yep. Well, I kicked its ass. It won't go as well with this because these won't be molded as well. Just you watch. All right, and all right, now we've got some. We have some items here. We got some. Ooh. No. See, I could use some of those vision slots and replace one of the other ones on the other vehicle, but they're too small. Okay, piece 9. Piece 9 is going to look like this. It's got to be this one. So things don't bode well for the Airfix Churchill. I gotta find that track. And who knows, it may have ripped and I threw it away. The only thing about it is it's a Churchill 7, and the plastic soldier companies, they don't make a Churchill 7. They make the 4. Don't tell me the hatch is 2 pieces. Oh, that is just an asshole move. Why would they do that? Why would they do such a thing? Well, the cool thing about building this thing is I get to find out who we think used these in Russia. I mean, obviously they were part of the recon battalion. You gotta be careful with this. I don't take off this other thing. Uh-huh. Yep. And then the same thing over here. Okay. Step number 1 to being careful is you got to realize, hey, I better be careful here. Panzer 1Bs versus painted in desert colors. Panzer 1s are now mini irons 1A, one with a 20mm cannon. I have first to fight Polish tanks and vehicles of 1/72nd. How are those? I've seen those. How are those? German Panzer crewmen with those silly ass berets. Because they weren't cool berets like the British. The British had the cool beret. The British tank crewmen are pretty freaking cool looking. You know. But the bump cap berets that the Panzer troops used in 39 and 40 were just stupid looking. It's cool there's a company that makes Polish stuff. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay, this whole plate's got to be this one right here. Imagine a 20mm was a surprise to the Polish cavalry. Yeah. kind of overkill. So speaking of Poles, the one thing you never see about Poles is, you know, the Poles used troops in Northwest Europe. And I'm not just talking about the paratroopers at Normandy. They used other units. Their infantry, what helmets did the infantry use? Did they use the standard British helmets? I don't know. Same thing with the French. The French units that landed at Normandy went to liberate Paris. What helmets did their troops use? Did they use the regular US M1 helmets, or did they use their Adrian style helmets? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, the shovel goes there. And it's going to be another one of those creative pieces. Put this here. And here. Yeah, I had a Hetzer, sold it. But it's probably cheaper just to buy a die-cast one. It's already put together and just repaint it. It's just too much grinding in that game in Roll the Tanks. Too much like, I gotta play a battle I don't want to play, in a vehicle I don't want to play, on a board I don't want to play, just to try to get something else that I may want to play. Or you spend real money, which just seems like you didn't earn it. What do I want to think that there's a Japanese tank that was fun to play? Maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, there's a shovel. And headlight number 2. Again, which piece is number 2? The second one in. So these shitty little things are headlights. Man, they are small. I really like the Hellcat. And the M8 that you did before that. The M8 with the whatever gun you could put in it. You could put a gun in it other than the short 75. Or is it the M6? You know what I'm talking about. The little open top tank destroyer. I like playing the tank destroyers. You need to get some rubber tip. There you go. This little bastard goes over here. First Fight kits are the simpler type, perfect for gaming. They have German vehicles too. Great to have tank kits and WZ-34 armored cars. Yeah. Everybody likes the Poles. Everybody likes the Poles. Everybody in the Western world likes the Poles. All right, this little booger is going to go like this. Okay. Love that. Poles took the British Bren carrier and made it a tank. They have a tankette based on that. That the one with the 20mm cannon? Part 1 is they slide in there. Let's put those little guys on here. First to Fight. Well, I'm invigorated doing this stuff because I might even get some stuff once all my stuff's built. But I'm not going to buy a ton of stuff. Buy one thing, do that, do the next one, you know. And we'll do some kit reviews along the way. Damn it! Another one. It hasn't been that bad. It was bad yesterday. I ought to stop counting. It's not that bad. There was someone that I watched their video, and they said it over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm affected by what I hear on people's videos, so I got to be careful. Or, you know, I tend to emulate what I'm exposed to. Okay, I think let's consult a picture to see how these things fit in here because it is not quite clear. And they're not even shown in this picture. Nefarious, I tell you, nefarious. You have the little hookies up. Okay. So I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it here. And the other one was here just a moment ago. What'd I do? Clip it with my hand and moved it over here? Jeez, finicky. They go in like this. And then this one goes like so. Jeffrey, since you're over there and you said you saw the Queen, who is your least favorite English monarch? And obviously I mean the past. Ah, poopy diaper. Okay. It's like so. The headlight, I think there's like a big headlight that goes in the middle. It's 6. Piece number 6, which is the first one on the second row here. It's that one right there. Piece letter 6. George the Fourth. Shit, I gotta find out who that is. Well, it's after George the Third, right? Was he like king during the Revolution, during Napoleon times? Good to see you working your models. I assume you've had them for a while. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Steve. Since the early 90s. And it's empowering doing separate link tracks and stuff. Stuff that I didn't have the stomach or ability or patience for. Yeah, having a blast. Having a blast with them, honestly. And the problem, well, this one is completely new, but all the other ones are half-ass built. So fixing them, finding the parts that are missing, repairing. They're all unfinished. So. Okay, and then we have that tube that's known as 7. And 7. Finding out which kits are garbage. Well, there it is. That's it. I'm not going to keep track anymore. See which ones are garbage. These Eschi are garbage. This one's not that bad. That Fujimi was just as bad and had misshapen things. Truly I've developed skills I didn't know I had during my working with the 15mm stuff. And, I've got pliers that I didn't used to have and drill bits that I didn't used to have when I was working on this stuff in the 90s. Things are different. Things are different. They're better different. That part is better different. This awesome glue, I swear this glue is better than previous glues and the Testors one. Oh, if that fits in there, the other piece doesn't fit in there. Damn you, Italian motherless goat herders. Or barely fits. Okay, all this stuff is done. All this is done. We have a little, we have a jerry can that goes back there. Maybe we'll put that on there. I tend to not put jerry cans on German vehicles. Feel like they ought to be all out of fuel. Well, maybe it's filled with something else, like, you know, contact lens solution. George IV was the son and successor of George III. So what did he do? Or what did he not do? So this flips on this side, but there is a mark there on the. I'm going to face it the other way. One of those little circles, one of those circles from the molding. Man, it looks huge. Okay. And 14, wherever the hell 14 is. Which is le moufleur, goes there. He became regent after his father was declared insane. Was he king during the Revolutionary Wars? The wars with Napoleon? Napoleon. Was he the guy that went la-la when Brittany was lost? He was a spendthrift and wastrel. Lots of scandal. Victoria followed him in 1830. Okay. Well, without doing too many researches, my least favorite one is the guy that came after Longshanks. He just seemed like a piece of shit. Whatever his name was. He just seemed like a piece of shit. Edward II, probably. Okay, so this is completely done. Now we get to do the command post, the command part. Whatever the hell it is, the body of it. Okay, 44 needs to be popped out. Let's go ahead and use the nips. Then we need 39, which is the peekaboo hatch. Hello. where they got the idea for Sir Bedivere. One, two, three. Oh, there's only 111. There's only 111. There can only be one. And piece 11 is... Piece 11 is this one right here, second from the end. Okay. And 1, 2, 3 41s. Okay. 41s, I believe, are here. And even though they're not depicted as such, they are the 3 that are on one end. So this one, and this one. Okay, let's move all this stuff to somewhere safer. All right. Speaking of English Clown, Kingmaker is one of my favorite Avalon Hill games. I never got a chance to play it. I know what you're talking about. I never got a chance to play it. Okay, this needs to be cut to a point where this isn't sticking out, so I can lay this flat on the, like this, and then cut it. Never played it. I've only heard good things about it. You play actual people in it, or is it just Kingmaker-ish? Meaning, do you get to play, you know, one of the characters? Or you get to play a character and it's not really any different than anybody else. It's just a name. Or does some people have different skills? Or Edward II was similar. He did manage to lose at Bannockburn, so he wasn't all bad. I get you. I get you. Nice. Oh, man. Love it. Play one of the armies supporting one possible king. Okay. The problem that you have with these type of chassis, when you have to put them in 3 pieces, is if one of these is like bent, and then you have to weld it together, but you also have to hold it in place. Luckily, this wasn't bent. I don't want to heat things with hot water. Just all kinds of bad things can happen along the way. You burn yourself to, oops, I forgot and it melted too much. Just type scenarios. This is, this needs to be cut down a little bit, like that. Again, I shouldn't be doing stuff like that. That's the responsibility of the manufacturer. Shoddy workmanship. Shoddy workmanship. Okay. Oh, has little breathing things back here. Cool. Let's make sure this looks a little better then. Yep, I use rubber bands too. I don't know whether there's any in the house. And I want to get this guy done today. Cute. Maybe we could play a Panzer I and an Armored Commander. Really should finish that campaign. That's what I'm going to do. Is I'm not going to start something else until the previous one's dead. Okay. And the Fushimi kit had all kinds of interior parts, so you had to like, I'm not going to put an interior on it. You had to like, okay, add that piece, but not this other one, and it was just really, really quite confusing. Prepare to be jealous. Uh-oh. I ordered some 28mm sci-fi and fantasy miniatures from EM4 here in the UK, and some of them came with the flash cleaned up and were already primed. Yeah, but it's the wrong time period and the wrong scale. I'm glad you appreciated that. Unless you're somebody who's... Look, you may be a sadist that enjoys priming things. I'm a sadist that enjoys a separate link track. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd rather not have separate link track, but... I beat the shit out of that separate link track this morning. Shockingly, the ones that were primed were on sale. Metal minis for 50 pence each. Wow. That's a good deal. EM4. What's the EM stand for? Oh, this is in the wrong place. This piece is in the wrong place. You must be very careful. You must be very careful. Harness the spirit and be calm. All right, enough of the fruity zen shit. Shipping is too expensive now to order for me. Yeah, what the hell happened? Everything's more globalized, but our trade with our closest allies all effed. What the hell? But the shipping from China didn't increase. I think it's the Chinese. Screw those guys. on a second. Let's test fit this first. Okay, that'll work. Okay. I almost fucked up. Almost don't count. I would have been able to fix it. Damn it, I missed an opportunity to get empowered. Where's the whole one? This piece right here. Okay. Why did they have to put that right there? That sucks. Okay. Now, okay. Now, this goes like this. Okay. Now 11 is the weird one, which is this big one. 11. Oh, I glued this down, man. I shouldn't have glued it down yet. Nah, I'm still good. I can unpop that thing. So the problem is these instructions are so long so many times that after a while you just ignore them. You're not sure what EM4 means. I think they started doing board game meeples, and Dice then got the rights to some old Grenadier miniatures when that company imploded. Grenadier. Can't say that I bought a lot of stuff from Grenadier. They just did fantasy and sci-fi, right? I don't think that they did historical stuff. Okay, so we got that long plate. Goes there. Grenadier. the other 3 is 1, 2, and 3. One, 2, okay? The turret. Before used to do ready painted figures. They also did spaceships and mech kits about 10 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, just the other day. Okay, I didn't say you could move. You're not allowed to move. We'll go grab some water. Thank you. I was saying, whatever the hell I was saying, about Hot is I have the rules to Hot, but I never played him because I played it about 3 times, but I never played it on my own because the mechanisms between that and DBA 2.2 weren't the same, and it was really confusing. It's not confusing if you have other units that beasts or gods or whatever it is that you have that has factors, but the conforming and all that kind of stuff is just, the mechanisms need to be the same. That's the really confusing part about the rules starting in. And I wish they had just picked one or the other, and just about everybody agreed that the hot rules were better than DBA 2.2 when it comes to the mechanics, but I don't know why they didn't make them the same. It's a shame. And then if you wanted to play hot, you could play hot, and you could play with a historical army, but I don't read fantasy, so I never read something and go, man, I can't wait to play this army or such and such. Okay, we're definitely putting the hatch closed, because if it's open, if he's crew exposed, this guy can't do anything. It's a two-person tank. It's really a tankette. Really should be a tankette. I mean, if a two-man tank isn't a tankette, what's that mean? Just a one-man tank is a tankette? That doesn't leave a whole lot of stuff. Really? They made the machine gun movable? Why? You silly Italian. Hey, silly Italian. Put it down there where it's safer. All right. Let's go ahead and cut this out. We're going to need to cut this out. This is going to go on the hull. This is a little toe cable. Not chain, it's cable. I can't imagine this thing towing anything out, though. What's a Panzer I tow out? A Kubelwagen? That'd be about it. Tankette's less than 5 tons, if you remember correctly. .4 tons. Not a tankette. It only has 100 horsepower. Pah. Okay, piece 38. All the turret pieces must be here. Okay. Where's the 2 machine guns? There they are. Okay, 38 is this bastard right here. It's not even molded on here, what the pieces are. It looks like something was molded, and then they're just like, screw those guys. Don't tell them nothing. Okay, we're going to need the hatch there. There's the 2 machine guns. Here is going to have this thing. We're not having this thing move. Okay, this thing is flush. Okay. This thing is flush. And we need to poke this stuff out, the flashing. It sucks about the 3/4 ton truck. Well, maybe I'll look into that conversion kit for the... I don't know how I got them. Maybe I got them together. Maybe they came together. Because a 3/4 ton truck just doesn't look like something I would have bought. It's a no scenario. I don't even own a 2.5 ton, so why would I get the small one and not the big one? Okay. Is this the is this the side that has that? No. But this is the side that has the holes for the machine gun. Okay, so let's... Okay. Is there a little notch in the front of that? I think so. Yeah, that's definitely the top. Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Make sure we got this like so. That like so. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so let's take the 2 machine guns. Actually, let's get all these little odds and ends that aren't really anything out of the way. Okay. The machine guns are here and here and then there and then there. They're not perforated or anything. They're just el básico. Okay. You just read most subvariants of Panzer Is were tankettes. So the badass was the original vehicle, huh? Hey, if you don't have an anti-tank gun or anything, this is a problem. It's 2 machine guns in a platform that can't really be penetrated. We'll straighten out those guns once we get through there. They're originally designed for training purposes. So was Poland, the invasion of Poland. Nice. Okay. I remember getting one of these, and you got something like this in a scenario where nobody's got a way to counter it. It's pretty deadly. And that's not something you normally think about. But if if the other enemies, all they got is rifles and stuff. They don't have an anti-tank gun. They don't have an anti-tank rifle. This thing has nothing to fear from anything. Stay buttoned up and. I remember using something like this, like an advanced squad leader or something like that, and it's nasty. Got a lot of firepower. It's 2 machine guns. There we go. Okay. Vision ports. A pair of 43s in the back and a pair of 41s on the other side. So the 43s are. Which are the 43s? The 43s are the ones that look blank. I guess they're slightly curved, as they should be, if they're going to locate them there. And the 241s are there. Okay. The Poles had a chance to win the war. You mean to defend themselves? But the frickin' Soviets stabbed them in the ass. But Stuka's bombed a key bridge to prevent the Poles hitting the Germans in the rear. Yeah. The commie bastards. You can play the Poles in Armored Commander. And the 7TP. Oh, you know what? I had a 135th scale model of a 7TP, now that I think about it. I did. True story. And it was a Polish kit. That's kind of sad. It's like, if it wasn't for the Poles building their own stuff, nobody would build things for them. That's rude. Yeah, I remember it was a rather crude kit, but it turned out okay. I wonder what happened to it. Well, I think it got damaged in one of the moves, and I threw them all away. But they weren't good by today's standards. But yeah, I had a 7TP, 37mm gun, decent armor. It's like a Czech 38. Okay, what's the problem with this fitting in here? I think we just have too much baloney here in this area. All right, let's cut some of this baloney out. Yeah, I just remembered that. So tell me about this first to fight. So there's wargaming ones, and then there's like model building ones. Which ones are the wargaming ones? That's the ones you want to get. Oh, come on. You can get in there. There you go. Stay your ass in there. It's like it doesn't fit in there. It doesn't want to fit in there. I wonder why. Those people really, the Poles really got screwed. They stuck around and fight. They flew those Spitfires with a cool little Purina dog chow symbol on the side of them. I like those little squares. Those little Polish squares. One of their destroyers even hunted the Bismarck. Did I know Ukrainians also invaded Poland in World War II? I did not. Unless they were part of the Russians or something like that? No. The dirty Russians. My dad, who was a teenager when that was going on, would always say, "You never understand why Western allies made a deal with the Russians. Fuck them." They're going to have to fight the Germans whether they wanted to or not. I agree. especially to backstab the fins. Well, actually, I don't need, maybe the Fin, I don't know exactly what the thing, but they attacked the Finland, and Allies helped the Finns. These two. Yeah, this guy's got vision ports everywhere, and he's a one-man show. He doesn't have to share these things with anybody. Cute little thing. After Poland fell, many Poles fled to France and formed tank units that ended up fighting the German invasion. What was the little tank cat? The TKS? A tiny little thing with a 20mm cannon. Get them. Get you some. Okay, we have a little thing that we need to put there. And then this sprue's done. Bye-bye. And this, I guess, is a little radio antenna. It's going to be too small to put an actual antenna on. It's laying on top of this pipe, so let's weld them together. Okay. And this little thing that's hanging here off the front. I don't remember. I think it dangles off the doesn't match with them. All right, we can leave that on for later. Not even shown on there. We'll leave that off for now. All right, suspension time. And separate link tracks. Dun, da, da, dun. I ain't scared. Cute little thing. Little baby Nazi bastard. All right. Right, the suspension. They were given FT7s, some without weapons or reduced weaponry. Well, that's a dick move. That's not very nice. Okay, so all the pieces should be here. I see. The sprockets. Okay. All right. Let's cut some of this stuff off because it is not necessary. Okay, here's a sprue of the commander, which may or may not do anything with it. Okay, so we have these people are nuts. Okay, 23 and 22 left. The one towards the tank commander is 22, which goes on the left side. Okay. We'll take this. Take that. Okay. This is 22 left. So 26 is the one that goes along with it. And, oh, interesting. 26 and 28. Okay, so it's the two on the outside. So if it's facing like this, it's these two. These two go with this one, okay? (26) and 28, okay? (26) and 28. Okay, and all the wheels are the same, and we need 4 of them. 1, 2. These two are different. These must be the ones that go on the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Okay. So these are the wheels that go with that. And okay, got it. Okay, so this faces towards the outside. That's there. And right. Let's clean this up. Just can't imagine this being like all one piece. That'd be pretty nice. This goes towards the inside. Okay, and this is going to fit there. Got it. Okay, so this stuff isn't even visible. Okay. So one goes there, which is just like that. And then this one goes like this, which is just like this, but it's gonna fit the other way, like so. Okay, right. All right, now we need to trim this stuff off. And we can put those punch marks towards the inside. So there's one. There's two. There's three. Here's four. Okay. Okay. Now we can glue this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to glue them to this side. I think it'll be easier. And we need to go good side towards here. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. And then this goes here, here, and here. This, and this is this one. Okay. And there's the wheels on that one side. opposite one. This and this and this and this. This isn't too fiddly because the pieces fit correctly together. A 3/4 ton truck just broken. Go read the review on that model and see what they say. Okay. Same thing. We will take these four right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How long have we been on here? Whew. Wow. Well, lucked out. The daughter has homework to do, and so does the wife. So, we're on a roll here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and flip these to the yucky side. Oh, I didn't trim these things yet. They don't need a whole lot of trimming. Okay. Put them yucky side up because that's where I'm going to load them. I'm going to load them from the back side. Same thing here. Okay. Okay, all yucky sides. Okay, perfect. And order up. Here we go. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Okay. Now, this is where we got to pay attention because it's the opposite of this one. Oh, we need the short sides towards the middle. That's going to be the same on both sides. Polish pilots shot down 43 of those. 53 of those. They shot down 53 planes in an invasion. Their fighter was a biplane, right? Aha. Haha. Okay. We got to be careful when we put them on there. We get the right side on the correct side. All right. 33 is the one that is closest to the sprocket. Okay. And I believe that's the idler wheel. It is. It is. All right, so we're going to put the idler wheels that goes up here. These two go towards the back. Okay. Not going to worry about this too much. It's going to have track going over it. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and glue those two on. That's here, and our other one over here. Okay. That goes like so. All right, front sprockets. We have one here, there, and there. Okay. Okay, and we can go ahead and glue those on. Okay. Getting there, getting there. Okay. This has these standard wheels in these positions, singly. This thing looks like it'd be just shit in the mud. Like if there's like muddy terrain, you're screwed. Off to Dave and Buster's to watch football. Okay. Don't play too many video games. Americana football. Got some there. Got some here. Quite a few of you on here, man. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're enjoying your Sunday. Enjoying the mortgage, as I like to say. You got to pay for it anyways. You might as well be home. Okay. Gotta do the little wheels across the top, the little return rollers. Should be, see, this one already came broken. So it should be 8 of them total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm not going to bother trimming any of the stuff on it. Well, we will if we need it. We can get to it later. Let's just get these guys on here. There's 4. Oh boy. What's this track look like? Running on the center? Okay. We should be all right then. I found that return roller on that on the Frankenpanzer, didn't I? Yeah. Oh, these don't have holes on them. This one doesn't. I should use that one for the shorter one. We'll either find that other idler or we won't. We're going to be missing one. Let's miss one in the middle. Oh, I felt that one. I don't know how much more careful I could be. The pieces are just way too flimsy. All right. Let's take a looky. Here's one. And here's the other. I couldn't find the whole freaking barrel that tight. It was hiding underneath. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go shopping on Amazon for today for that. The problem is they need to be pretty small also. Okay, and after these things are dried, we can come in and trim the edges because it's a lot easier to do here. There's not enough of this to hold on to. So, okay. The suspension. I suspect both sides are the same. And I gotta be really careful that I put them on correctly. Are they the same for starters? Shit, I think they are. They look the same. I mean, I know they had different parts because for a left and a right, but they look the same to me. Let's do a test fit first. Oh, I like that. Let's test fit this one. Okay. Okay. All done with the separate link track. Everybody's least favorite part. And I'm going to keep this axles. I figure out how to do that. I might replace that, but I think I got a way to do it. Well, let's kick this out of the park. Luckily the sprue is tiny. That's good. That's good. So look, there's, oh, and they're numbered. Thank you. That's good. So this consists of piece 1. It consists of piece 1 and then a 3. All right, so then a 1, looks good. This will be a little different than your painting 15mm figures. It is. It is. I'm loving this. It seems unlikely I'm going to go into the Victorian direction. I'm going to do 15s and 20s. Okay, so we need 2 of those. So this goes bam, bam, and bam. Okay, that's the bottom here. There's actually a little bit of a gap there. Okay, because a little one goes there between them. Now, the Revell kit was spot on, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one is not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 around there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cutting these things out is more tedious than gluing them together and putting them into place for me. So this goes around that end. Okay, then we have piece number 4, which is over here. This is how I did the other one this morning, and it seemed to work pretty flawlessly. Okay, 4 goes there. Then we have piece 5, which is this long joker. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 around that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 go around this way. Okay, let's just do a little double check. Let's do another little double check, all right? We got piece 1. We got a 3. Piece 1 with this one here. And then 3 and 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, piece number 4. Then we roll into 5. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, and then back to 3. Okay, so our joining place is going to be here. Let's clean these pieces up and put them together. Okay, that one's there. Do this little piece here. And it looks like there's extra track this time. Unlike that Revell kit where I was actually short one piece and still knocked it out of the park. Now my preference, of course, is not to do this. When I say plating Victorian, what exactly do I mean? I'm talking about these new set of rules that are coming out called Blood and Steel. So let me preface this back. I'd always thought it would be really cool to do kind of a Pig Wars type of game around the Victorian period, but it isn't necessarily United Kingdom versus the natives, which that gets old. I'm talking about Britain versus France, and then there's natives in the way. And a perfect example I'm going to tell you about is the Great Game. So Britain and Russia do go to war in Afghanistan in the 1880s, and you have the natives in between and that kind of stuff. So something where is not super detailed, a skirmish type game in 15 millimeter. And there's a set of rules that I've thought about it for a while. And Sword in the Flame is just too many units. It's too many. It's too hokey with every unit being got to be 20 men and that kind of stuff. I've played it. It's okay. It doesn't motivate me to build stuff for that. But Blood and Steel just came out with some guys from Florida that created it. And played it at the con and see if I really like it. I might paint some 15s individually based, which of course is the appeal. You get to paint one guy and it means something. It's not like, well, I painted this guy. Well, I got to wait until I paint two other ones to put them on a stand or, or more. So, but that was before I got my World War II juices going. So this is the stuff that I used to do with Jeff Franz. We were coming up with our own rule set, and that really didn't work out for multiple reasons, but we came across the face of battle, got to play it a couple times, really liked it, he moved away. And, it is what it is, but he has a bunch of 20 millimeter stuff as well. I always liked World War II skirmish in this game, in this scale. Okay, let us begin. My video is out of sync. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Freaking Chinese trying to... Okay, let's fix this. Go back on here. Bring up Droid Cam again. And we're fixed. Okay, we should be good now. All right. Right, so here we go. Now, I don't know how good the adjoining thing is going to be here, and it might be shitty. And this may not be the good example of how this is done because these look like they're made out of a different material that's not going together. Somebody ever tells me, man, they don't make the SG kits anymore, I'm going to be like, thank God they don't make them anymore. They are just garbage. Garbage, I tell you. bit retarded in how long it's taken to glue these things. So much has changed in plastics. Yep. So for those of you guys that are expecting game videos from me, it's probably going to be a long time before you see any more. Just not conducive to, for multiple reasons, to play in the heat. Right near, I hear I'm chilling in 72-degree weather. I am not interested in gaming in 85-degree weather. After work, on a work night. Having sweated all day long. So. Gonna probably expect to see more of what I've been doing the last couple days and less than what I've been doing in the past. Oh, you tried to escape, didn't you? So. You know, perfect example. I could probably paint today. I could probably play today. Mitch works today. So. Opposite schedule. So getting a little tired of staying up late on a work night. Get worn out at the beginning of the week. Sweating. And then have to come back and edit a video also. So. Okay, right. Working our way around this. These are next. Okay, so this didn't happen with the other ones. They didn't stick to the cardboard. You call this enjoyable? Sounds like a part-time job. You do see what my real job's like. Now you see this is a walk in the park. This is enjoyable. This is enjoyable. I'm comfortable. I'm not sweating. I'm not having to edit a video. Editing the video isn't the problem. It's tying up my phone while I'm crunching. And I'm doing it on a day that I have off. I don't know what the F is going on here. It's almost like there's some kind of weird, cheap-ass coloration thing on here. There, we moved it from there. Okay, let's keep moving along. That's that one. All right, we're going to put the single one here. You're off to have lunch and watch football. You call watching football enjoyable? Be good, Steve. That's the one piece. There, right. 2. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we're going to leave this one piece is the joiner that we're going to leave off, and then this one. And then we'll bend this thing around. How many folks we got on here? 6? Okay. Good. Well, I may need an extra miracle because this track isn't behaving the same as the previous one. Because this is shite. This is no good. Okay, there you go. It's not supposed to stick to. What the hell's going on over there? It's something weird is going on here because I see some of that silver coloring. So maybe this was releasing some chemicals or something. Exactly the same glue I used this morning. You hate those types of tracks. Yeah. We'll see how these behave. I don't think these are going to behave as well as the Panzer IV did this morning. This Panzer IV this morning, I don't hate those. I mean, it was a miracle. I was like witnessing a miracle. It was pretty amazing. I may put a commander in that tank, as nice as that one turned out. And it is fiddly. Look how long this has taken. I won't buy any more of these. I mean, this is all that was available back then. And I remember there was some kits that would say separate link track, and then what didn't have them, and then some of them that said that they didn't say that they were, and then they were. It was, there's some major inconsistencies with these Eschi kits. And this plastic isn't the same quality as the other one. This is a bit garbage. depth of these just isn't worth a damn. You have hardly any. Joining points. All right. Now, absolutely fascinating to me. Well, if this doesn't work out, then you need to watch the one from this morning. That was a freaking miracle. It was like a miracle happening. And I'm not saying I can perform miracles, but somebody performed it for me. I think the secret is the glue. This plastic is not the same as the other plastic. It's shoddy. Now, one thing I did not check is which way these things are rolling. Okay, so it's the same as this. Okay, so if I flip, when it's time to flip it upside down, it's running like that, which means I need to roll this towards the front this way. Okay, so this is the one that goes on here. All right, and this is the center spot. So we're gonna roll that on the top, but we're gonna start. Hold on a second. This is the. Is there a split here? Shit, I don't remember. Oh, got it. This is the part that goes here, down there, but I did it backwards. Fuck. Oh, let me think about this. Let's think about this. Okay. If the tracks need to go the two forks towards the forward, right? Let me confirm that on the drawing as well. That's correct. According to this, it's the forks forward. Here's the forks forward. We need to put this on this side. Why is this blowing my mind? Why is this blowing my mind? I don't mind this setting a little bit. That's actually kind of helpful. Why is this blowing my mind? This piece is here. This is this piece. So if I roll it like this, the forks will be facing backwards. Oh, hold on. If I roll it like this, the forks will be facing backwards. So I need to roll it like this. And that way it'll be facing the correct direction. And this piece is where we're going to start. So it's going to be... Why can't I wrap my head around this? Hold on a second. Think about this. Well, it's towards the front. Okay, but this is here. Oh, because I'm going all the way around. Okay, because I've got to go like here. All right, let's flip this all the way around. Imagine if I'd ever done drugs. Whew. Okay. Right? So that there's a piece that starts going up about there. Yeah, it's going to be soft. I got it. make sure that, God, what, the cleat. Cleat needs to be a V. Look from the front. It's correct. Okay. I'm telling you, tomorrow's going to be easy compared to this. Now, this is all good. What happened here? There we go. Okay. So it looks like the amount of these they told you to put on was incorrect. We need to put a few more. And we need to move this one. Okay. We need to put 2, maybe 3 more. I knew I needed to do 1. 1 would be correct. If they gave me the directions correctly, I would have had to add 1. I need to add 2. Okay, there's one of them. And we should have enough for this. Let me cut a third one for good measure. Okay. Here's the tricky part. We're going to do it like this. Now, they're already bent. Let's put 2 together. The main thing is you need to grab this, and you have to grab this like uber gentle, like you're making something out of paper mache. Uh-huh. So where I had one extra, I had to do 2 extra. That's good to remember. Oh, no. Aha. This track isn't as good as the other one. Something on it, like there's paint or some shit like that. Let's work. Let's work. Let gravity work with you, not against you. It should be enough. While we're doing that, we could do the fun part, which is just paint this stuff on, and it drips down in here, and all this becomes one. And you can drip that on the idler wheels as well. Return rollers, damn it. That's what they are. This is the idler wheel down back here. All right, let's, now that this is set a little bit, we can adjust. You can also find out why this moved. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna drop some of this there as well. All the way across, not all the way across, but where it touches. Oh, you gotta paint the tracks separately. No, you don't. That's the easy part. Painting shit, piece of cake. I think it's pretty damn good. Now, let's do the same thing. Dripify. Straighten this up. Straighten this up. These super glues are useless when it comes to this stuff. It's brittle. You can't. Look at that. Shafrickin' Zam. 2 extra pieces. So actually an extra piece there. Nice. This is super empowering to do. Yes, I'd rather it be a 1-piece track on the side. Don't get me wrong. But I have this, and it's either do something with it or I don't. All right, other side. Nice. All this for a vehicle that can take a dirt nap from taking an anti-tank rifle. Okay. Now, I built the far one unintentionally because I didn't pay attention to the way the tracks were laid. So I should just be able to build this one as is. It's not a big deal, it's just a matter of flipping it one way or the other. Piece one. Got it. And the cool thing is this thing will be set by the time there's some coating. There's something on. This plastic is different than the Revell one. That one's there. Okay. Piece 3 goes here. Piece 3 goes there. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these little guys. I'll leave this one here and I'll leave that one there. You know, we can put him to work. 1, 2. Patience is something else. I'm not going to let this bastard win. I'm not going to let these silly Italians that created this thing to torture people across the pond win. I actually had one model that I had to give up on this morning. I haven't completely given up on it. I may use it for a conversion, but the suspension pieces just don't fit. They just don't fit. The thing is I want to get more models, but I'm not going to let myself do it until I finish these. So you want to see a bad model? That Russian JSU is a horrible instructions. Horrible instructions, horrible plastic. It's actually from the Ukraine. That's why I don't support the Ukraines, because of that model. Kidding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Don't fly away. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Missing one. What happened? You slacker didn't come down. There we go. These guys go over on this end, around this item. Okay. And 3 is this piece over here. And the conjoiners, we agreed there was one that we left out. We actually needed an extra one, so I should need 2 of these. And these are extra spares, hopefully. All right, let's clean these guys up. It's one thing if something takes a long time to do. It's another thing if the people that are making these pieces are just shoddy workmanship. I don't have patience for everything, but like this, it just takes a while and you'll get there. But like computer stuff, F that. Be like, do all this stuff and then you press and then it still doesn't work. And then you try something else and it still doesn't work. And then it is something else and it still doesn't work. And I'm like, no, I don't have the patience for that. This, we're slowly getting to the end of the marathon, but it's not like, you know, I have something to show for it along the way. So I do not do well with computer stuff because there's nothing to show along the way if it doesn't work. It's either all or nothing. The schürzen on the Panzer 4J was just incredible that I was able to pull that off. because it was terrible. That Fujimi kit is horrible. And I have a really high opinion of things that are Japanese. Not when this thing was built. That place needed another bomb dropped on them. Straighten their ass out. It was terrible. It was a terrible kit. Those people brought shame on their family. So yeah, I'm actually really patient as long as I'm not working on something that undoes itself. You know, you build one thing and something else breaks in its place. And then you fix that and then two others break. Yeah, I don't do well with that. If it's just slow progress. And this is poor instructions, but you gotta like be like anal retentive about, you know, methodology. Okay, this piece is gonna go out and count 6 and leave yourself an out, and the glue helps. The tweezers help a lot so you don't get your fingerprints on there. I'm pretty good with my fingers, but still. Hands are way too big for this. Way too big. But I'm dying to buy more kits. Dying. And to do kit reviews on them. And it's funny because the ones I want are actually ones nobody's done a kit review on. So I'm like, ooh, maybe I'll get more viewers. I don't know. It's fun to do. They're fun to do. So. Okay. Drink. Water. Went tailgating yesterday. I had way too many drinks. It wasn't beer. Beer makes me feel like crap. Beer makes me feel like crap. We should just be able to build it just like this. And, okay, so we're going to start. This is the connector. So that's where we're going to end. We're going to go around this way. All right? And you should have seen the one this morning. Well, also, I don't know how old this plastic is. This plastic could be 20 years older than the other one. And that would make sense then, why it behaves so poorly. But I know you do tailgating, Rick, so I'll tell you that I know you drink all kinds of odd things. Discovered those high noon things are really good. They have no sugar in them. And they're vodka based. The problem is they taste like carbonated water. So before you know it, you've had 4. And they are carbonated, so I feel them immediately. I'm about to give you a nice little buzz, and no sugar. Sugar is my enemy. I hate sugar. It turns me into the Hulk with no strength. Which is just a dickhead. An angry dickhead. Those easy drinkers are dangerous, but the no sugar part is definitely a good thing. Absolutely. That way your liver is not trying to deal with the sugar and the alcohol, the double processing. That's why I prefer scotch. You know you're drinking turpentine. You got to drink that shit slow. Or whiskey, with or without the E. You got to drink that stuff slow. That's actually the hardest part, is dealing with the neck. This is a lot more fun than painting. I just needed a break from painting for a couple days. We'll be back at it on Tuesday for sure. And this one's a little bit more difficult because it doesn't bond as well to whatever material this track is made out of. The plastic that this track is made out of, it just doesn't bond as well. Now we do these. I can't wait till I have to refill this because I want to put that orange one, see how that orange one works, and use that applicator. The applicator is incredible, just absolutely incredible. I'm surprised I didn't have to. Make sure I leave two. Sign a waiver to buy this shit. You gotta sign a waiver, get the manager to, when you go and buy spray paint and stuff like that. Kids huffing or whatever. I've worked with stuff like this my whole life. It never occurred to me to breathe that stuff in. It's freaking poison. But I've heard there's actually people that like the smell of exhaust of a vehicle. I think that that's that's poison. It smells terrible. Even the one that from California, it smells like orange peel. I don't want to smell it all day. It's just, not horribly unpleasant, but see, I wouldn't want to use the tweezers that were rubber tipped for this. I want to use the rubber tipped ones for grab these round plastic parts that want to run away from you. I don't know what's going on with this one. He's not wanting to join. You will join, you bastard. Yeah, the biggest problem is not the size of the track, it's the material this track is made of. See, these bastards are sticking together here. Bastard. Les bastards. Okay. So this one's going to end up there. Yeah. So this needs to be... Let's close this up a little bit. We don't want to knock this down. Cambodia, they sell glue and bags. Monkeys from the forest raid the market stalls and take the bags into the trees, where they then huff it and fall out of the trees as high as a kite. Wow. And that's after the Khmer Rouge try to straighten that place out. Oh, man. drugs. Drugs are stupid. All right. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Where's the bendification happening? Here. And this worked a lot better. This has got to be there so that we can straighten it out. Okay, it goes around the curve here. So good. Need to put it here and there. And now he can go like this. Okay, and then we go across the top. And then we go here and around that idler wheel. And then we're supposed to be like 2 short. And it may be 3. Let's put these 2 together. Build a 3rd one if we need it. I don't know what you're sticking to, but there's nothing there to be stuck to. Let's close this, or move it out of the way. Leave it all the way. Can't accidentally knock it down, or make it more difficult to accidentally knock it down. I'm being summoned, so I'll be right back. Okay, here goes. I don't know if a 3rd one fits in there. There we go. Need it a bit to tighten that around that wheel. Shit, I think 2 fits in there just fine. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and drip this stuff around, because we need to set that in that place where that is. That's where that definitely needs to be. Now the rest of this stuff is like so and like so. So this one, it's okay if that comes loose. It's all right. We're going to do the same thing back here. Okay. Okay, that touches that right there. So let's get these two to hang out together right there. Okay? I think the hardest thing is you need to move things and you use such little pressure. I'm going to go ahead and roll these things down here. Now, can we get away with flipping this upside down and putting these two pieces on here? Hot damn. This is finicky. I don't disagree. This drives people crazy. Disagree. Especially if it's not going well along the way. Like this is going well, so it's more tolerable. This is really forgiving, that you can put glue on here and you can mess with it until you get it just how you want it. And then when you do get it just how you want it, you can say, you know what, that's where I want it. And I'm going to go ahead and drop some in here on the return rollers. Make sure we're glued all the way around. Ta frickin' da. I'm gonna glue this bitch on. See if it fits. One of the other tanks wouldn't work on there. Okay, I see. So we need to go maybe a little bit further and drop off the edge there. Okay, this needs to go up the front, slide a little bit forward. Okay, where does this little bastard go? I may just leave this thing off. I think it's supposed to go like so. Okay. So this is a Panzerkampfwagen 1 from Eschi. So, fiddly Italian, shitty little kit, 0, Tony, 1. Blammo! All right, there we go. Well, I've been on here for a long time. Huh, somehow I got disconnected. Track's complete, that's right, work complete. So we're gonna be off for a little while, and we'll be back on. When we do come back on, it'll be for Armored Commander, and we'll probably continue with the Jagdpanzer, and then maybe we'll start off playing one of these little guys until he dies in Russia by an anti-tank rifle. So yeah, and I get to do some research. I get to find out what units use these guys. Okay, until